An Extra Spark. Written by Lewin Y. Ho. Narrated by Sky Alley. Chapter 1. Evan. Evan Spark wished with all his heart that he was holding his girlfriend instead of the curvy blonde who had made herself at home in his arms. Standing with his back to a cold metal locker, he went through the motions of embracing the woman pressed against his chest. He brought his mouth to hers, tilting his head to kiss her with as much passion as he could muster. Despite his outward behavior, his insides were knotted and twisted up, as if he had eaten one too many spicy chicken wings. The guilt building up inside of him felt like acid, but no amount of over-the-counter medication could cure this pain. As the lead actor on Edenvale, Primetime's hottest teen drama, locking lips with his on-set love interests was part and parcel of his job. He had once enjoyed this perk, but it had become an occupational hazard. Ever since he got into a serious relationship over a year ago, he couldn't stomach kissing his colleagues, and he had kissed a lot of them. Beautiful actresses who had been written into the script as his girlfriend of the week. Lately, however, it had been the same one, Margot Everly playing his fling. The bold woman wasn't shy about her interest in him either. She made it a point to request extra takes of any scenes they shot together, and as the daughter of the executive producer, whatever she asked for, she usually got. Cut! A surge of relief coursed through Evan's body to hear the director's command. He quickly pulled back, breaking off the claim Margot had on his mouth. Moving even farther out of her reach, he ran his hands through his wavy brown hair and blew out a long breath. How was it, Greg? Margot flipped her blonde hair over her shoulder and pursed her bright red lips. Her lipstick had stayed in place without even a smudge, a testament to the makeup team's stellar work. She wore a pair of 3-inch strappy sandals and a tight miniskirt that were more appropriate for a nightclub, but the outfit was on point for the elite prep school featured on their show. Batting her fake lashes, she gave Evan a pained look. It didn't feel right. There wasn't enough emotion. I say we do the scene again. It felt fine to me, Evan touted, immediately regretting his choice of words. Margot seemed to take his reply to mean he had enjoyed the kiss. Her heels clicked on the concrete as she stepped closer and placed a hand on his arm. I meant, Evan corrected himself. We acted the scene the way it was written, but the final say is Greg's. Let's let him decide. Margot dropped her hand and pouted. Fine. Give me a second to check out the angles. Greg pressed a few buttons on his camera to rewatch the scene. With sweats and a t-shirt on, the red-haired man looked like he belonged in a gym instead of the director's chair. But he was one of the best in the business. He usually got a good take the first time, which meant shorter days on set. But when he wasn't happy with a scene, it could take up to 5 tries to get it right. This take appeared to meet his standards. We're good, he called out with a toothy grin. That's all for today, ladies and gents. Nice work. Evan threw a fist in the air in celebration. While Margot stomped away from the row of lockers, he high-fived the camera crew and asked them about their day. For a simple shoot like today, there were still a dozen folks on set. Men and women who worked hard behind the scenes to keep the show running. The late afternoon sun shone down on him as he headed to his exclusive luxury trailer. The white vehicle was parked outside of an old high school the show was renting an hour outside of Los Angeles. Once inside the trailer, Evan locked the door and took a seat in one of the plush leather seats. He immediately took his phone out to text his girlfriend Emma, the one person he had been looking forward to talking to all day. There were no new messages from her since they had spoken that morning. He wondered if she was busy picking up last-minute wedding stuff for her sister Abby, who was getting married to his brother Aiden in 2 days. Yes, their union would technically make him and Emma family, but Evan hoped they would one day seal the deal themselves. With all of his brothers either married or engaged, he looked forward to settling down too, especially since he had found the perfect woman for him. Sure, their relationship was moving slowly, but he had no doubt of their commitment to each other. From the start, he had intended for them to focus on building their emotional intimacy and trust. He was tired of all the shallow hookups the characters on Edenvale got involved in. Out of reverence for God and respect for Emma, he vowed to do things differently in real life. He tapped out a quick text to Emma that began and ended with heart emojis in her favorite color, pink. "Hey, love, how's it going? I'm done for the day. When do you want to meet up for dinner?" He waited for her reply. He changed out of his high school jock/bad boy costume, an all-black ensemble of a t-shirt and jeans, and threw on his own turquoise polo shirt paired with white shorts. Once he wiped off the light layer of makeup on his face, he felt more like himself. He splashed some cool water onto his face at the small bathroom vanity and dried off with a fluffy towel. The person staring back at him looked like a young man, yet here he was playing a teenager. He wondered if he'd forever be locked into this kind of role, destined to stay in high school forever. He liked being a teen heartthrob, but one of these days, he'd love to do more. More action and drama. Serious roles that required more of him than taking off his shirt. He may have gotten discovered based on his looks, but he didn't want that to be the only reason casting directors hired him. He wanted to be known for his acting skills. That's why he was willing to do whatever it took to get to the next step in his career, even if it meant kissing girls who were not his girlfriend. Thank the Lord he didn't have to kiss Margot again today. He knew it was a minor victory considering he had yet to read the next script, but he knew better than to worry about tomorrow when he obviously had enough to worry about today. That was one biblical truth he clung to as an actor. He'd been in the business for a decade now, since he got discovered at age 16 during a family trip to Hollywood. Even as the star of his own show, he knew never to take a paycheck for granted. Acting was hard work, and few ever made it big. Fortunately for him, he had open-minded parents, a great manager, and amazing fans who had supported him in his journey from day one. He'd started out his teen years on a sitcom playing one of 3 sons. As the youngest of 5 brothers in real life, he had had no problem filling the role. He was used to being surrounded by plenty of testosterone and having to compete for attention. And boy, did he have some serious competition. Between Aiden's musical talent, Brandon's writing skills, Colin's humor, and Darren's athletic ability, Evan struggled to find his own niche to shine in. Not until he had been offered the opportunity to act did he finally feel like he was doing what God had made him to do. He'd forever be grateful for his ability to transform into a character. Call it intuition or empathy, but once he put on his costume for a scene, he took on that person's essence. His own thoughts, expressions, and behavior fell to the wayside. With his current role, he played the part of a high school senior struggling with his parents' divorce. Even though his own parents were still happily married after nearly 36 years, Evan had no problems imagining and portraying his character's pain. The only problem he did have was putting his heart into those dreaded kissing scenes. Evan's phone vibrated with an incoming text from Emma. "Hi, I've been running around trying to find hairpins for Abby. I finally found them at the last store. I'll come by and meet you on set. I need to pick up my script for next week. I'm in 2 scenes." Evan grinned. Emma had gotten her start on Edenvale as an extra, which is how they had met, but she had quickly caught Greg's eye. Soon after, the producers created a role just for her, as one of the regular actors' out-of-town cousins. It wasn't just Emma's gorgeous looks that had landed her the job. She was a natural on camera. He quickly texted back. "I knew it. Pretty soon they're going to write you in as a regular. Just you wait." A grimacing face emoji popped up on his screen. "That'd be amazing if I can quit my waitressing job, but eek!" "Don't worry, love. You'll do great. We can run lines together later." "I'd love that, thanks. I gotta run, but I'll see you soon." A kissy face emoji punctuated her last line. Evan sent one back to her, then set down his phone. He couldn't wait to see Emma and hold her in his arms. But first, he needed to look over his lines for tomorrow. To his relief, there were no kissing scenes, but rather a big blow-up between his character and Margot's. He couldn't be more thankful. Perhaps their on-screen relationship was coming to an end. It didn't surprise him, considering how much the characters went through on a weekly basis. It seemed every couple on the show had broken up at least once, but the fans ate up the drama. There were usually a dozen or more hashtags about their show floating around on social media. He was sure his and Margot's breakup would be trending for days after the episode aired. He planned to channel all his energy into making this scene an epic one. Close to an hour later, a knock sounded on his trailer door. Certain it was Emma, Evan ran to the door and threw it open. To his great disappointment, Margot stood there in a cream-colored silk robe and her hair up in a messy bun. Her eyes were red, as was the tip of her nose. Evan studied her curiously. "Is everything okay?" "No, everything's not okay!" Her lower lip jutted out, quivering as she gazed up at him. "Can I come in? We need to talk." Evan stepped back to allow her to enter. Margot squeezed past him, her feet clad in fuzzy white slippers. A strong fragrance filled his senses, making his eyes burn. She must have reapplied her perfume since they shot their last scene together. She sidled up to him until there were only a few inches between them. Evan didn't know what was going on, but he suddenly felt trapped in the small space. He crossed his arms over his chest and faced Margot. "What do we need to talk about?" "Have you read the next script?" "Yeah, I did. I think the fans are going to love it. Well, they're going to hate it at first, but everyone's going to end up talking about it." "So you're okay with us breaking up?" A line formed between her perfectly plucked brows, indicating she was anything but okay. "I can't believe you want to end what we have." Evan blinked quickly, not sure he was hearing her right. "You mean our characters?" "I mean us!" Margot placed a hand on his chest, tracing the outline of a heart over his left pectoral muscle. She leaned in close to whisper into his ear. "I know you have a thing for me, Evan Spark. I can tell by the way you kiss me." He cringed, his mouth growing dry. He hadn't even tried hard in that scene. Either Margot had a vivid imagination, or he really was an amazing actor. Evan took her hand and gently lowered it from his chest. "I'm sorry, Margot, but I was acting. There is nothing going on between us. I'm actually dating someone," he added, hoping Emma wouldn't mind him sharing this information. No one outside their family knew this fact about them. He and Emma had been keeping their relationship status private so as not to attract the media's attention. He learned from watching his pop star brother Aiden that the paparazzi could be brutal. "You are? I had no idea." She laced her fingers with his, preventing him from letting go. "Do you kiss her the way you kiss me?" Evan scoffed. That was a complicated question to answer, but he didn't owe Margot any explanations. He extracted himself from her grip and repeated in a firm tone. "I was acting. That's it. I'm sorry if I gave you the wrong idea, but there's nothing going on between us." Her pout grew even bigger. "Who is she?" For once, Evan was thankful Emma had a minor role on Edenvale. She had never had a scene with Margot, and they were usually on set at different times, which explained why Margot didn't know about her. He wasn't about to give out Emma's name, though, but perhaps if Margot knew his girlfriend was a colleague, she'd back off. "She's been on the show." Her expression suddenly turned stony as she narrowed her icy blue eyes. "You know who my daddy is, don't you? He can have anyone written off the show." "Margot, that won't be necessary. She has a very small part, but that's beside the point. You and I are only playing roles. There's nothing going on between us. Do you understand?" She turned her pert nose up at him. "Prove it. Kiss me again," he balked. "What? I'm not going to kiss you. I only kiss you when it's in the script." Her expression relaxed as a sly smile played on her lips. "Fine then. We'll see about that." She dropped his hand and sauntered to the trailer door just as it opened. A red-headed woman with fair skin poked her head in. Evan, I'm here. Oh, excuse me. Am I interrupting something? Evan gritted his teeth as he noticed Emma's eyes flit from him to Margot and back again. The uncertainty on her face made his chest tighten. Even he had to admit this situation looked bad, especially with Margot edging her way back to his side. Aren't you going to introduce us, Evan? Margot licked her lips as she tugged on his arm. Evan swallowed hard. This was one sticky situation he wanted to get out of, and get out of fast. Chapter 2. Emma. Emma didn't know what to think. She had just picked up her script from one of the producers and made her way over to Evan's trailer to meet him for dinner. The last thing she expected to see was one of the leading ladies from the show making a move on her handsome boyfriend. At least, that's what it looked like she was doing, with her body pressed up against Evan's. Despite his tanned complexion, Evan paled a little as he made introductions. This is Emma, my sister-in-law. Your sister-in-law? Margot repeated, her expression softening. Even in a robe, or maybe especially with only a robe on, she gave off a mysterious air. Well, that's a relief. She extended her perfectly manicured hand toward Emma with a sugary smile. I'm Margot Everly, one of the stars of Edenvale. I know who you are. It's nice to meet you. Emma took Margot's hand and wondered if she was supposed to curtsy. The way Margot was looking down her nose at her made Emma feel 2 feet tall. She already felt shabby in her department store floral print dress, but seeing the large diamond studs on Margot's ears made her feel downright poor. Emma might work in the Hollywood scene, but her lifestyle was a far cry from the rich and famous. She still couldn't believe she even got to talk to celebrities on a regular basis now. This disbelief explained why she was a bit tongue-tied in Margot's presence. That and the fact that Margot wouldn't stop touching Evan. The latter left a sour taste in Emma's mouth. To Evan's credit, he took Margot's hand off his chest and brought it to her side. In a firm voice, he told Margot, Emma and I need to go over some things for my brother's and her sister's wedding this weekend. So if you'll excuse us... A wedding? Margot exclaimed. Oh, this is Aiden's big day, isn't it? A summer wedding. How perfect. So that's how the two of you are related. She gave Emma a thorough once-over as she tapped a nail against her lower lip. Well, aren't you a lucky girl to be joining such a prestigious family? You're certainly getting a leg up with this marriage. Emma's eyes burned to hear Margot's backhanded compliment. She clenched her hands into tight fists, feeling her nails dig into her palms. What she wouldn't give to have something smart and witty to say in return. Her mind had gone completely blank, though. That's what happened when she faced conflict. Her fight-or-flight response was always switched to the latter setting, turning her into a doormat. She had not only inherited her mom's red hair, but also her passive personality. She bit her lower lip. It was times like these when she wished she had even an ounce of her sister's spunk and grit. Abby had no qualms speaking her mind, especially when she had stood up to Emma's childhood bullies. But Emma was no longer a child. She was 26 and old enough to stand up for herself. At least she thought so. Behaving like a confident adult was a totally different matter. Margot, Evan spoke up, an edge in his tone. I'll have you know that we're all equal in God's eyes. No one is better than anyone else, least of all my family. Margot looked like she was about to roll her eyes, but instead she released a heavy breath. Well, there's still no denying that some of us have more followers on social media. That's gotta count for something. Not as much as you think, Evan remarked. Now if you'll excuse us, Emma and I need to get going. I'll see you next week, Margot, he added as he moved past both women to reach the door. He pushed it open, giving Margot a pointed look until she relented and moved in his direction. Have a good night. Don't be surprised if there's a new script for our next scene together, Evan. I'm going to go have a little chat with Daddy now. He loves hearing my ideas. With a steely look, Margot walked out without a second glance back. Once the door clicked shut, Emma released the breath she had been holding. An overpowering stench of perfume filled her senses, almost giving her a headache. She winced. Even in her absence, Margot was still making an impression. Soon, however, a pair of strong, gentle arms wrapped her up from behind. She turned around and came face to face with primetime TV's newest heartthrob. Laying her head on Evan's chest, she relaxed into his embrace. "Hi." "Hey." Evan kissed the top of her head, his lips lingering for a moment. He pulled back to look Emma in the eyes. "I'm so sorry about Margot. She was completely out of line. Are you okay?" Emma shot Evan a grateful smile. He was such a sweet guy, more caring than any man she'd ever known, especially in comparison to her father, who had left her mom to start a new family with his coworker. After that failed marriage, her mom had gone through cycle after cycle of abusive relationships, which she'd witnessed throughout her childhood. The experience had left Emma with a lot of emotional scars that she was still working through, which made getting close to people difficult. Except for Evan. She had been drawn to him from the first time he introduced himself to her on set. Sure, it helped that he was insanely gorgeous, with a strong jawline, a perfectly symmetrical face, and full lips. He was even more charming when he smiled, not only with his mouth but with his eyes. His classic good looks had gotten her attention, but it was their shared faith in the Lord that had sealed the deal. His patience and kindness toward her and those around them impressed her as well. He was the only person she'd ever confided in about her struggles. Not even her sister knew everything she had been through, since Abby had moved out as soon as she had turned 18. Emma hadn't wanted to burden her before, and certainly not now, when there was nothing her sister could do to change the past. She nodded readily. "I'm okay. Just mad that I didn't stand up for myself. Thank you for doing that for me." "Of course. No one messes with my love." Evan caressed her cheek with the pad of his thumb, leaving a trail of warmth along her skin. Emma smiled. "My love." It amazed her how easily Evan could voice his feelings and thoughts. The only time she felt confident enough to express herself was when she was playing a role. That's why she enjoyed acting so much. She had gotten her first taste of it in a high school drama class she had taken on a whim. Playing a character gave her a safe outlet to step out of her shell and express parts of herself, both positive and negative, that she normally wouldn't show. The process was like therapy for her. She would forever be grateful to God for opening the doors for her to find a job doing what she loved, and for connecting her with Evan. Dating her celebrity crush was not only a dream come true, but a huge blessing. "You're so good to me. I don't know what I did to deserve you," she admitted to Evan. "What are you talking about?" Evan exclaimed, his dark brown eyes clouding. "Didn't you hear what I told Margot? God created us all equally, and the same grace He extends to me, He extends to you. Don't forget that." He tapped the tip of her nose. "I'm just as blessed to have you in my life. We're so good together." Despite the security his words gave her, there was still a niggling thought in the back of her mind. What was Margot doing here? Evan sighed. "She wanted to talk about the script for our next scene together. She'd only been here for a few minutes before you came. I'm really glad you showed up when you did." The hair on the back of Emma's neck stood up. Evan wasn't looking like his usual confident self. He sounded like a deflated balloon. "Did something happen?" He let go of her to run his fingers through his dark wavy hair, grabbing at the ends in frustration. "Margot's having a hard time differentiating between real life and fiction. She seems to think there's something going on between her and me based on the scene we shot today." Emma winced. She was afraid to ask, but she knew she had to. "What scene was that?" "A kissing one." "Oh." Her chest tightened to think of Margot in Evan's arms, with her mouth. She stopped her train of thought before a visual could pop in her head. She hated the idea of Evan kissing other women, but it was part of his job. It wasn't like he enjoyed it. Did he? She didn't let herself dwell on that question, for too long at least. He had never given her any reason to doubt his faithfulness to her. His eyes never even wandered. But the women on the show were all so beautiful and refined, much more sophisticated than she was. There was also the fact that kissing was such an intimate act. That's why she'd had a no-kissing clause written into her own acting contract. But Evan had different convictions that worked for him. She didn't think less of him for that, but she couldn't help but feel a little insecure. Okay, make that a lot insecure. That's why she had stopped watching the show after they had started dating. It was hard enough seeing all the supermarket tabloid headlines about Evan's supposed dating life. She didn't need to see it played out on TV too, even if it was fictional. I told her I was only doing my job. Evan continued to explain. She's a professional. She should understand what's required of us. I know I'm not the first guy she's kissed on set. But it's easy to feel things for someone when you're doing something so personal with them. He gave her a pained look and stuffed his hands into his pockets. Taking a few steps across the hardwood floor, he grabbed a bottle of water from a mini fridge in the small kitchenette. After taking a few swigs, he sat down in the middle of the gray couch on the other side of the trailer. It's a completely artificial environment. There's nothing even remotely romantic about kissing someone with a whole camera crew surrounding you. She's clearly not thinking straight. Well, I'm sure it'd be hard not to be affected by your kisses, Emma answered wryly as she sat down beside him. Or, I imagine so, since I haven't experienced them yet. Evan eyed her, not looking amused in the least. She winced. Her tongue-in-cheek tone was not helping the situation, but she couldn't ignore the sinking feeling weighing down the pit of her stomach. Honestly, this was a weird topic to be talking about with Evan, because that no-kissing clause she had for work, he had implemented it in their dating life. Evan had stated at the start of their relationship that he wanted to wait until they were engaged before they kissed. This idea had surprised Emma, but she had come to understand and respect his decision. His priority was on strengthening their communication and deepening their trust. Instead of kissing, they talked. They spent time learning about each other through fun activities, such as cooking and playing board games together. They showed affection by holding hands and hugging, but there was no pressure to do more. Their dating life was so different and refreshing from any relationship Emma had ever experienced. She'd never felt more secure in that respect. But if she were honest, she'd admit she did wonder what it would be like to kiss Evan Spark. She wasn't immune to his hotness. No woman would be. That's why she almost didn't blame Margot for getting her signals mixed up. I'm just giving her the benefit of the doubt. Maybe she's honestly confused. Evan gritted his teeth. She's not confused, Em. Far from it. She knows exactly what she's doing. He proceeded to fill her in on the rest of his conversation with Margot, including the threat she had made to have his girlfriend fired. Emma's jaw dropped. Can she do that? I mean, I know she's Mr. Everly's daughter and all, but isn't that like blackmail? It's more intimidation than anything. And yes, she can do whatever she well pleases. No one would ever dare fire her. So what do we do? I don't want any trouble. There won't be any as long as we keep doing what we've been doing. Stay quiet about our relationship and hope the writers will convince the producer to go with the original storyline. I think there's a good chance they will. The show's bottom line is staying high in the ratings. They wouldn't risk anything to jeopardize that. Emma pulled out a piece of thread hanging off the hem of her dress, nodding absent-mindedly as she thought. What about when we're up in NorCal this weekend? Even then, and especially during the wedding, Aiden already agreed to let People magazine have first dibs at their wedding photos. There's going to be a couple of camera crews following them and the wedding party around the ceremony. We'll definitely need to keep our distance then. What about our families? Won't they think it's weird if we hardly talk to each other? I'll explain it to them. It's just for a day. All we have to do is pretend we're just in-laws. Okay, just in-laws. Emma was pretty sure this ruse wouldn't be hard to pull off. After all, they were both professional actors. And since they didn't kiss, they wouldn't even get caught in a compromising situation. No one would ever suspect a thing. This thought should have comforted Emma, but it did the exact opposite. It only made her jealous of Margot because she got to do something she couldn't: kiss her boyfriend. Chapter 3. Evan. Evan stood in front of the bathroom mirror and adjusted his yellow ascot for what seemed like the 100th time that morning. He smoothed the silk fabric down and tucked it beneath his gray vest, hoping it would stay in place. Why in the world hadn't Aiden chosen a simple clip-on tie for the groomsmen to wear? With only an hour until the ceremony, he needed to get his act together. He splashed on some cologne, then combed his hair into place before venturing out into the hotel suite he and his brothers had shared the night before. He found them all in the large sitting area, dressed in matching tuxedos just like his. The only difference among them were their socks. Aiden had on orange ones and had gifted each brother a similar pair in other fun, bold colors. Brandon's were yellow, Colin's bright pink, Darren's green, and Evan's a pleasant shade of blue. Evan should have been happy to have gotten his favorite color, but all he could think about was how well the blue symbolized his current emotional state. He'd been feeling down since he received an email late last night with a revised script. Down was an understatement. He was feeling anxious and even mad. Margot had gotten her way and had the breakup scene taken out. More than that, their characters were now getting closer physically in ways he didn't want to think about. His nerves were on edge from a sleepless night spent tossing and turning. His job had always been a source of pleasure for him, but lately it was pushing him over the edge. There were things he was willing to do for the love of acting and a paycheck, but plenty that he wasn't so sure about. His neck and shoulders tensed at the thought of the latter. "Hey, Ev, over here," Aiden called out to him. He patted the empty spot next to him on the white sofa. "We're about to pray before we get out there. Do you have any requests?" Evan sat down, feeling 4 pairs of eyes on him. He usually thrived as the center of attention, but he wasn't craving it today. In fact, he wished his brothers would let him be and focus on the groom instead. "I'm fine. You're the one we should be praying for. Today's your last day as a bachelor. Any last words?" he quipped. "None at all. I'm ready to marry Abby. I want nothing more than to settle down." Aiden patted Evan's back. The corners of his brown eyes crinkled as he smiled. "You'll feel the same one day. Give it a couple of years." "You've got time, Ev," Brandon reassured him with a nod of his blonde head. "It's good to establish your career first. That way you can provide for your family." "But don't wait too long," Colin cut in with his usual playful tone. "You don't want to keep Emma guessing." Evan raised an eyebrow as he looked around the room from one brother to the next. He knew they all meant well, but he wanted to roll his eyes. He wasn't a kid anymore. His brothers didn't need to dole out advice to him like he was a naive teenager. He certainly didn't think or act like one anymore, especially not like the one he played on TV. "Thanks for your words of wisdom, guys, but I've got everything under control." His brothers all nodded, except for Darren, who was strangely quiet. He wore a pensive look as he rubbed the light scruff along his chin. Evan gave him a pointed look and asked, "What's on your mind, dear? I can tell you're thinking about something." "Just thinking about what you told us, that you want us to keep your and Emma's relationship a secret today. I think you're doing the right thing. I'd do the same if Danica's job was in danger." Evan allowed a small smile to curve his lips. He was happy for Darren's new relationship with Danica, especially after the hurdles they had been through. He was also relieved to get support from Darren regarding the Margot mess, as he'd called the situation when he explained it to his brothers. "Thanks, I'm trying. I'd hate to see Emma's career suffer because of me, especially after she's worked so hard to break into Hollywood." "Have you thought about what you're gonna do about Margot?" Aiden asked. "You can't let her control your every move. If you don't do something, Abby will. She's ready to fly down after the wedding to give Margot a piece of her mind. You know she'd do it, too, if we hadn't already booked the tickets for our honeymoon. She keeps saying, though, that Hollywood is on the way to Fiji. Evan had to chuckle at this statement. Abby was the exact opposite of Emma. Loud and assertive, but she had some admirable traits for a big sister. You can tell her not to worry. I'm going to figure this out as soon as we get back. He paused as he considered his next words. Actually, there is something you can pray for me about. Direction for the next step in my career. Edenvale's been great, but I'm considering moving on. You are? Brandon and Darren exclaimed in surprise at the same time. I can't play a teenager forever. I want bigger, more well-rounded roles, where I'll be taken seriously as an actor. More than your pretty face. Colin laughed at his own joke. I'm kidding. I know you got more tricks up your sleeve. I saw you shoot an action scene before. You were really good. God's given you a gift. Good for you, Aiden remarked. I'm glad you're thinking about the future. We'll pray for you about that. He leaned his forearms onto his thighs and clasped his hands together. We better get started. Pray for the person on your right. Evan, can you close us out? Silence fell upon the room as the brothers closed their eyes. Rays of sunshine coming from a large floor-to-ceiling window added some warmth to the air-conditioned suite. Evan felt the first signs of peace flood his being as he listened to his brother's prayers. It was a rare occasion for all of them to be in the same place, even more for them to be praying together. He treasured this special moment they had shared. When it came time for Darren to pray for Evan, he said a heartfelt prayer for him and his career path. He also prayed for his relationship with Emma, for which Evan was extra thankful. He needed guidance now more than ever regarding their next steps. When it was Evan's turn, he prayed for Aiden and Abby's wedding, but most importantly for their marriage. Then he gave thanks for God's grace on them all. In Jesus' name, amen. A resounding amen echoed around the room. A knock sounded on the suite door. The hotel's wedding coordinator, a woman in a business suit, popped her silver head inside. It's time, gentlemen. T-minus 15 minutes. I need you all to line up, groom first. With Aiden in the lead, they walked to the grand ballroom of the swanky Silicon Valley Hotel. Once there, they met up with the pastor officiating the ceremony. In a matter of minutes, they entered the ballroom to stand beneath a sparkling crystal chandelier near the front. The brothers stood next to Aiden in reverse birth order, with Evan closest to him. This lineup would allow Emma, who had been paired up with Evan, to stand next to Abby as her maid of honor. 2 marble pillars flanked them on both sides, along with tall white pedestals holding arrangements of vibrant red roses. A string quartet dressed in black dresses and suits sat in the corner playing a pop ballad. The room grew quiet as the guests noticed their entrance. In the front row on the bride's side, Evan smiled at a middle-aged woman with red hair the same shade as Emma's. He had video chatted with Mrs. Deeren a handful of times, but this would be his first chance meeting her in person. According to Emma, she was sure her mom would love him. Evan hoped so, because he wanted more than anything for his relationship with Emma to work out. Evan waved to his parents sitting in the front row directly across from him. They were busy doting on the newest addition to the Spark family, Brandon's daughter, who was dressed in a frilly pink dress with a matching lace headband. Beside them sat Sophie's older brother, Seth, looking uncomfortable in a gray suit. More familiar faces came into view behind them, of out-of-town relatives and family friends. On the far side of the room were 2 small camera crews with professional gear. They stood politely off to the side, waiting for the ceremony to begin. Evan scoffed when he saw the extra-long lens attached to one of their cameras. No doubt People magazine was ready to capture every move the bride and groom made. Hopefully their attention would be focused so much on the happy couple that they wouldn't even want to take pictures of the rest of the wedding party. Darren gave him a gentle nudge as the set of doors at the back of the ballroom opened. It's time, he whispered, directing Evan's attention to the open doors. Evan followed the crowd's gaze as everyone turned in their white folding chairs to watch the bridesmaids walk in. The string quartet continued playing a soft melodic tune. Wearing matching royal blue dresses, Brandon's wife Bria led the procession. Behind her was Colin's fiancée Candy, then Darren's girlfriend Danica. As the women traveled toward the front of the room, Evan held his breath, waiting for Emma's appearance. He finally saw her dark red locks and fair complexion when she was halfway down the aisle. Nothing could have prepared him for how stunning Emma looked. Her hair was swept up, leaving a few wispy tendrils around her rosy cheeks. The bridesmaid dress suited her perfectly, as if it were made for her. The bodice, with its spaghetti straps and deep V neckline, showed off her slender neck and bare shoulders. It also accentuated Emma's curves, hugging her torso before flaring out at the waist into a lacy, asymmetrical skirt. She took careful, measured steps in a pair of 3-inch nude strappy sandals. He had never seen Emma look more beautiful. Not that she needed a fancy dress or shimmery eyeshadow and red lipstick to stand out, but he had never seen her dressed up like this. Evan was used to Emma's everyday outfits, such as jeans and a blouse or a casual dress at the most. This dressed-up Emma, with her chin lifted high, was confident, composed, and, he gulped, completely sexy. Emma strode to the front of the aisle and flashed a sweet smile in his direction before taking her place with the other bridesmaids. Evan tensed, feeling his body temperature rising. He tugged at the collar of his shirt and made a conscious effort to keep his jaw clenched. If he wasn't careful, his mouth would fall open in awe and wonder. Instead, he dropped his gaze to the burgundy carpet as he tried to gather his thoughts. Every cell in his body wanted to scream at himself. Why had he gone and implemented that no-kissing rule for their relationship? It was truly self-torture of the highest degree to see Emma like this and not be able to kiss her. Maybe they could share just one... No, he needed to get a hold of himself. There would be a time and place for physical intimacy one day, but for now he had a different goal to stick to. The plan where they would save Emma's job. There would be no kissing, not even hand-holding. With the paparazzi around, he and Emma had to keep their distance. But honestly, distance was the last thing Evan wanted. He lifted his head, immediately noticing Emma out of the corner of his eye. Her bright green eyes sparkled with interest as she bit her lower lip. He hardly registered a thing after that action. Everything around them, from the guests to the cameras clicking away, blended into the background. All Evan felt was the pounding of his heart as he saw his girlfriend in a new light. From the time the quartet began playing the wedding march to the moment the pastor announced the newly married couple, Evan couldn't stop looking at Emma. Not even when she moved her gaze to focus on Abby and Aiden as they exchanged their vows. Nor when the crowd went wild as the newly married couple kissed. Only when Darren patted him on the shoulder and whispered, "Ev, it's your turn," did Evan finally snap out of his reverie. Just as they'd practiced during the wedding rehearsal, Evan held out his arm as Emma stepped forward and took it. The sweet floral fragrance of her perfume filled his senses, giving him a heady sensation. But it was nothing compared to the way his body reacted to Emma's closeness. Every inch of him was on high alert. Emma tugged on his arm and gestured for them to follow their siblings. "It's our turn to go." Oh, right. Somehow Evan's feet moved of their own accord down the aisle. He might as well have been floating on air, he felt so elated. Without thinking, he grasped Emma's hand and brought it to his lips for a quick kiss. "Evan!" she exclaimed in a hushed voice. "What are you doing?" "Kissing the woman I love," he replied proudly. Emma's cheeks reddened as her eyes darted to something ahead of them. Only when Evan saw a camera pointed in their faces did he realize the paparazzi were capturing their every move. Chapter 4. Emma. Emma didn't know what had overcome Evan. He was acting so strangely, sneaking glances at her with eyes like a lovesick puppy. Make that an adorable lovesick puppy. He even blushed when she looked his way down the rectangular table where the wedding party was seated for dinner. Abby, who was sitting beside her in the center of the head table, noticed Evan's strange behavior, too. "What is going on with Evan? He's acting like he hasn't seen you in years," Abby exclaimed. Her brows drew together as her expression turned serious. "Did you guys have a fight and he's trying to get back in your good graces?" "I'm not sure." Emma took a sip of ice water from her gold-rimmed crystal goblet. One of the hotel servers set a plate of seared salmon and roasted vegetables before her. The delicious aroma jump-started her appetite, despite the nerves jumbling up her stomach. Ever since Evan had kissed her hand in front of the paparazzi, she'd been worried sick they'd publish the photos. Maybe Abby was right, and Evan was trying to make up for the slip-up. She took a bite of her fish and swallowed. "I think he might feel bad about kissing my hand earlier. That's the only reason I can think of." Abby narrowed her eyes behind her glasses. "Or maybe he's finally seeing you as the confident woman that's been hiding inside you all these years. You have to admit, you look hot today." Emma's cheeks warmed. She was glad the DJ had started playing a Heartland song with a loud bass beat. The music provided a good cover for her sister's usually loud voice. "It doesn't matter what I look like, it's your big day. And you look absolutely beautiful." Abby truly did. Not just because her dark brown hair was in a fancy updo, or she was wearing a gorgeous strapless wedding gown. There was a sparkle in her eyes that Aiden was responsible for. Emma couldn't be happier for her sister. "I clean up well," Abby joked with a toothy grin as she cut into her prime rib. "We both do. Which is why you've got Evan all googly-eyed. I bet you $20 that he kisses you tonight." "Shh, not so loud, Abs." Emma ducked her head and looked around the room, wondering if anyone had heard Abby's eager declaration. The ballroom where the ceremony had taken place had been turned into a reception area, with dozens of round tables situated around a square dance floor. The wedding guests sat far away enough from the head table that they likely couldn't hear their conversation, but they weren't the ones Emma feared were eavesdropping. She felt like easy prey, with the paparazzi still hanging around them like mosquitoes on a hot summer evening. "They might hear you. Maybe those camera lenses have some sort of long-range listening devices attached to them." Abby smirked. "Seriously, Em, you worry too much. The Paps have to run everything they want to publish by Aiden and me first. It's in the contract they signed. They know not to mess with us, or I should say, me." Emma chuckled as Abby winked. Leave it to her sister to make sure she had the last word. If only she could have Abby fight her battles for her, too. That'd make life a lot easier. But there were things she needed to figure out herself, especially now that Abby was married. Her sister had her own family to think about, but that didn't mean she couldn't ask for some sisterly advice. "Do you think Evan wants to, kiss me?" "Emma Deeren, are you crazy? Of course he wants to kiss you. What hot-blooded young man wouldn't?" Abby snuck a look to her right where Aiden sat beside her, with Evan on the other side of him. If Evan is anything like Aiden, and I know he is, he's likely been taking cold showers every night for the past year. It's only a matter of time before he starts regretting his no-kissing rule. Honestly, you both are grown adults with good heads on your shoulders. You can handle a kiss now and then. He does it for work, right? I still don't get why it's such a big deal to him. Out of the corner of her eye, she saw Evan talking to Aiden and Darren. He paused mid-sentence, as if he sensed her watching, and turned toward her. A smile curved his lips as his gaze lingered on her before his brothers drew his attention again. She couldn't get over how handsome he was in his tuxedo. Maybe clothes did make a man, because Evan had never looked more attractive. The look he had given her was more alluring than any she'd ever seen. His eyes had lit up like those of a man in a desert discovering a glass of water. or like a guy looking at the woman he couldn't wait to kiss. Emma brushed a lock of hair from her heated face. The thought of Evan wanting to kiss her started a fluttering sensation in her stomach. Along with that anticipation came an overwhelming feeling of relief. Relief that Evan desired to kiss her. She didn't doubt that he cared for her, but the thought had crossed her mind whether there was something wrong with her. Was she not pretty enough? Did her lack of dating experience turn him off? All those doubts that liked to sink their claws into her mind, however, were starting to sting less. She only hoped she was reading Evan's signals right. "Evan's just being Evan," Emma replied matter-of-factly. "He wants to protect and respect me, and this is his way of doing that. I hope you're right, though. I was starting to wonder if he liked kissing his on-screen love interests more than he wants to kiss me. Especially since the last one he kissed thought he liked her." Emma shuddered, feeling a shiver run down her back. She hated the idea of her boyfriend kissing anyone, but it stank even more to think Margot got to kiss him. Emma usually thought the best of people, but something about Margot rubbed her the wrong way. Abby sighed as she waved her fork about. "I don't know how you do it, Em. I'd be a hot mess if I knew Aiden was out there kissing other women. I wouldn't care if it was for his job or not. That sweet mouth of his is reserved for me and me only. I trust Evan. And anyway, it's not a real kiss, it's totally staged. Unless there's some CGI that I don't know about going on behind the scenes, when two actors lock lips, it's a real kiss." Abby forced out a small smile. "It's the two of you guys' business. I know you're old enough to handle your own life, but if it were me, I'd feel a lot happier if Evan had a no-kissing clause in his contract, too. Just saying." I can't ask him to do that." No matter how much Emma wished she could, she had little say over Evan's work decisions when they weren't married. This is his career we're talking about. "I know, which is why I'm going to zip my mouth right now." Abby stuck a forkful of veggies into her mouth. She then leaned toward Aiden, who had started talking to her. Emma was left to chew her food in silence. The salmon that she had been chewing suddenly lost its flavor. She swallowed it down with a gulp of water, feeling the liquid push uncomfortably past her throat. She looked around the ballroom, taking in all the beautiful decor. The dim, warm lighting, along with each table's centerpiece showcasing folded flowers made from sheet music, set the mood for love. She should have been happy and caught up in the warm fuzzies of the day, but all she could think about was Abby's suggestion that Evan add a no-kissing clause to his contract. The very idea made Emma want to laugh. Doing so would automatically kill Evan's career as a teen heartthrob. He wouldn't be able to continue on Edenvale if he didn't kiss his coworkers. That was part of the draw of the show, the way he could charm women with a simple smile or wink. Fans loved his character, especially since the scriptwriters had recently turned him into a bit of a bad boy. There was no way she could even bring up the idea. She cared about Evan too much to put his job in jeopardy, just like he cared about her enough to want to safeguard her job. Her shoulders relaxed at this thought. Evan really was an amazing guy. She didn't know why God had blessed her with him, but she was so grateful. She snuck a glance his way and felt her heart skip a beat. There was no denying the love in his eyes. With Evan looking at her this way, like she was the only woman in the room, all of her concerns faded away. It was just her and Evan, the man she loved and trusted. The mood of the room suddenly came alive as the DJ took to the microphone. The red-headed man, who was Abby's radio co-host, announced the married couple's first dance of the evening. "It's time for our new couple to show us their moves on the dance floor. I, for one, have been waiting for this moment all evening," he quipped. "Let's give it up for Mr. and Mrs. Aiden and Abby Spark." Guests began trading their forks and knives for their phones, ready to take photos of Abby and Aiden, who were making their way to the dance floor. The room dimmed and colorful spotlights located above the dance floor lit up the area. Aiden's voice came over the speakers as a record from his boy band days played, and the lights began moving in time to the music. Emma watched in awe as Abby let Aiden take the lead. Her strong-minded sister stood with an expectant smile, waiting for her new husband to take her in his arms. The two of them swayed side to side, with Abby's cheek resting on Aiden's broad chest. Their contented smiles were a beautiful sight to behold. The paparazzi seemed to think so too, because they were coming alongside them to take photos. Abby and Aiden were so wrapped up in each other, they hardly noticed the extra attention. During the ballad's second verse, the DJ made another announcement, this time calling the rest of the wedding party to the stage. "Come on, all you bridesmaids and groomsmen. Give Aiden and Abby some moral support. It's your turn to join the dance floor." Emma shielded her eyes as a spotlight shone toward the head table. She heard the chairs around her scrape the floor as the remaining Spark brothers rose from their seats. One by one, they approached the bridesmaids' end of the table to meet their respective dance partners. Evan reached Emma's side just as she finished taking a sip of water. "Hey, love, ready to dance?" "Sure." She quickly dabbed the corners of her mouth with her linen napkin, then placed it on her chair as she stood up. With a shy smile, she took his outstretched hand and followed him to the dance floor. In a matter of seconds, Evan found an open spot for them, then pulled her flush against himself. He let go of her hand to place both of his on the small of her back. Emma immediately reached up and laced her fingers behind his neck. The warmth of his skin sent tingles along her hands, all the way up her arms. Those tingles, however, were nothing compared to what was going on inside her body. Her stomach felt like it was dropping all the way down to her pink-painted toes. It was a wild sensation, one that made her feel like Jell-O in Evan's hands. She leaned into him for support as they moved to the beat. "I've been waiting all day for this," he murmured into her ear. "You look so beautiful. I honestly didn't know how much longer I could wait to hold you." Emma couldn't stop blushing. The tone of his voice was so fervent and raw, it bordered on desperation. "You're so sweet, Evan. I'll have to thank Abby for choosing such a pretty gown for us. I'm so glad she didn't choose a color like yellow that would have clashed with my hair." Evan pulled back to face her. A grin lit up his chiseled face. "It's not the dress, Emma. It's you. I could hardly keep my eyes off you all day. It's only because I get to hold you now that I dare look anywhere else." "You really know how to make a girl feel special." Emma chewed her lower lip, slightly embarrassed to be receiving such gushing compliments. It was also the way Evan was looking at her that made her self-conscious. She couldn't believe his dark brown eyes had yet to leave her face. What had she done to deserve his attention? "You're making me blush." "I like it when you blush." "What's gotten into you today?" she remarked, giggling. She liked seeing this romantic side of Evan, but she wasn't used to it. He was usually focused and in control, nowhere near as emotional as she tended to be. Everything about him today, though, the intensity of his gaze to the husky tone of his voice, was making her feel unusually hot. Make that hot and bothered. So this was why Abby had been talking about cold showers. She could really use one right about now. "I'm happy, Em," he simply replied. "You make me happy. Plus, this whole day has been giving me happiness vibes. Seeing Aiden and Abby say their vows made me realize something." "What?" He tipped his head down to rest his forehead against hers. With hardly an inch between them, he nudged the tip of her nose with his. "I'm more than ready to say mine." Emma's mouth fell open. Was Evan saying what she thought he was saying? Was he proposing to her? Chapter 5. Evan. Evan paused, eagerly waiting for Emma's response. The surprise on her face, however, made him second-guess his declaration. Perhaps it was too forward of him to talk about marriage already, but under the circumstances, it felt right to bring it up. He was ready to take the next step, to make the commitment of a lifetime. Why wasn't Emma? "You're ready to say your vows?" Emma asked with surprise. "To who?" "To you, love." Evan laughed, holding her close as they swayed to the music. "Who else is there? You're the only woman I want to marry." I see. Are you proposing? He pulled back to meet her gaze. Not officially, yet. I wish I were, though. Every cell in my body is dying to kiss you. I've never wanted to kiss you more than in this very moment. A flicker of emotions passed over her face. So, you want to get engaged so you can kiss me? No, of course not. That's a perk, though. He cupped her cheek with one hand. Her skin felt smooth and warm under his fingertips. I want to get engaged because I want to spend the rest of my life with you. I know this is a huge decision, but I hope you feel the same. He paused. Do you? Emma's silence had Evan second-guessing himself again. Why had he opened his big mouth? He should have known better than to dig himself into a hole like this. Sure, he had dated throughout the years, but he'd never been this serious about a woman before. He had no idea how to navigate their relationship to the next level. He dropped his hand and returned it to her waist. Perhaps it was better to backtrack. Never mind, Em. You don't need to answer that. I shouldn't be rocking the boat when everything's been going so well with us. No, Evan, that's not it. I don't want our relationship, to hinder your career. You're already having such a hard time with Margot knowing you're dating. Can you imagine what she'd say or do if you were engaged? The music coming through the speakers picked up its rhythm as the DJ changed songs. More wedding guests began joining the wedding party from all sides, edging Evan and Emma out. He gestured with his head for them to take their conversation elsewhere, then took Emma's hand to lead her off the dance floor. Once they were clear of the crowd, Emma immediately dropped his hand. He gave her a curious look, which she answered with a nod at the paparazzi circling the area like vultures. He chided himself for almost giving away their dating status. Thankfully, Emma had the clarity of mind to play it safe. He hated having to keep his love for her a secret, but until he figured out how to handle Margot's threats, this was the way to go. Just as he was searching for a place for them to talk, Emma whispered in his ear, "Meet me by the fountain. I'll go first." Despite her gentle nature, there were times when Emma surprised him with her quick thinking. He acknowledged her words with a small smile before returning to the head table. The rest of his brothers were still dancing, so he sat alone, sipping his glass of water until 5 minutes had passed. Scooting his chair back, he quickly rose and took the shortest route possible out of the ballroom. He hurried along the carpeted floor to the closest exit that led to the expansive garden. Once outside, Evan inhaled the warm summer air as he strode along paved walkways lit by lights embedded in the ground. He recalled the location of the Italian cypress trees he had passed during the wedding party's tour of the hotel grounds yesterday. Beyond the line of trees was a rectangular fountain where Emma would be waiting for him. As soon as he heard the sound of water splashing, he knew he was near. He spotted the petite figure of a woman sitting on one side of the garden's wooden benches, her red hair illuminated by the moonlight. Evan's stomach did a little flip as anticipation coursed through him. Emma turned around at the sound of his footsteps and smiled in relief. "Hey, you made it! Did the paparazzi see you leave?" "I don't think so. They were taking photos of Aiden and Abby." The sweet scent of Emma's perfume drew him closer to her side. He took a seat beside her and placed an arm around her shoulders to draw her close. "It was a great idea to sneak out here." She snuggled into his side, resting her head on his shoulder. "It certainly beats having cameras in our faces. It felt like we were constantly being watched. Maybe because we were," she added drolly. "I don't know if I'll ever get used to that." "You will. It's a small price to pay to get to do what we love," Evan stated matter-of-factly. Before they could get on a tangent, he dove headfirst into their last conversation. "Now, back to what we were talking about before. When we get back to SoCal, I'm going to figure out a way to handle Margot. Honestly, we can't keep hiding our relationship. We need to trust God with our jobs." Emma scoffed softly. "That is so much easier said than done. It feels like there's so much out of our control." "I know. I worry too. Hollywood's brutal. We face more rejections in this business than any other. Even when you're a series regular, there's no guarantee your show will get renewed. But despite all the unknowns, or because of them, we need to have faith. God has brought us both this far. He'll work things out for us. She nodded. Do you ever feel like it's all too much? What do you mean? The long days on set? The long days, the lack of privacy, the drama behind the scenes? She sighed, the breathy sound soft and resigned. I love being able to use acting as a creative outlet, but I hate how it takes away our freedom. I know, but it doesn't have to all be a bad thing. He shrugged. He'd always liked the attention that his celebrity status brought him, but he understood it wasn't for everyone. His brother Brandon had social anxiety and hated the limelight. Emma didn't share the same struggle as Brandon, but she was an introvert through and through. Getting ourselves out there is a good way to connect with our fans. We can also use our social platform for good. Remember how Aiden and Abby were able to organize a fundraiser for cancer research? They were able to get the word out so fast because of his boy band past and her radio presence. We can do similar things, worthwhile things. I'd really love to make a difference helping the next generation. You're right. It's so easy to lose sight of the bigger picture. She glanced up at him with a look of awe. You're definitely cut out for this kind of work more than I am. Sometimes I think maybe I'd be better off doing an office job. You know, actually using the business degree I spent 4 years earning. And the last 4 years and counting, trying to pay off. At the rate I'm going, the interest I'm paying is going to end up being more than the actual loan. You'll catch a break soon, Em. I know it. There's been a good buzz about you on all the fan sites. That's why you're being offered more scenes. It's just a matter of time before they figure out a way to write you into the main storyline. Maybe you'll be the next girl I date. Now, wouldn't that be fun to act out? You'd be a natural at it, he joked. Her eyes grew wide, shining like 2 emeralds. You don't think they'd do that, do you? My character and yours have never even talked. The quarterback and the shy bookworm don't usually travel in the same social circle. I doubt Jackson would even notice Faith. She paused to chew on her lower lip. Kind of like how unexpected it was that you noticed me. He brushed a wavy strand of hair off her forehead that was blowing in the breeze. Hey, it was more like how could I not notice the beautiful redhead who appeared on set. It also helped that we were going after the same tray of garlic fries at the craft services table. Any girl who loves garlic as much as me is a winner. No other person, guy or girl, dared to ever eat any. I knew right then and there that you were special. Emma laughed. I figured it didn't matter if I had garlic breath on set since I wouldn't be kissing anyone. I'm just glad we started talking that day before I ate any of the fries. He tapped her playfully on the nose. You know I wouldn't have minded. I wouldn't even mind kissing you, garlic breath and all. She tipped her chin up, shortening the gap between them. She gave him a thoughtful look, her eyes zeroing in on his mouth. With a tender smile, she murmured, I wouldn't mind that either. Evan's heart thundered in his chest as Emma licked her lips. What he wouldn't do to claim her mouth as his, and to finally taste the sweetness he was sure lay in her kisses. All he had to do was lean in. 2 inches more, and he wouldn't need to wonder any more how soft her lips were. But knowing himself, it would be hard to stop at just 1 kiss. It would be too risky under the circumstances with the 2 of them out in the open. And there was that no kissing until engagement thing. Whose bright idea was that? He wanted to kick himself for enforcing such a clause. By the light of the full moon, he saw Emma's pupils dilate. He was sure his own eyes reflected his desires as well. The pull between them was so strong. He could almost feel a string tugging on his heart, drawing him toward her. How could he resist such a tangible attraction? The only way he knew was to close his eyes. Swallowing hard, he confessed, I want to do right by you, Em. Please help me out here. I know, but it's okay, Evan. I won't break. I want you to kiss me. The pleading tone of her voice made his eyes fly open. Emma wasn't one to be so straightforward, especially when it came to physical affection. She had never expressed any desire to kiss him before. Maybe there really was romance in the air with today's celebrations. Are you sure? What about our decision to wait? It was a good idea in the beginning, but I've been doing some thinking. I don't want to wait anymore. Why wait when it's just a kiss? Evan clenched his jaw as he digested her words. Just a kiss? What do you mean by that? You kiss girls all the time on set. What's the difference between that and us kissing? His words escaped him. How was he supposed to answer Emma's question? She had a valid point. He did kiss regularly, much more regularly than he liked on Edenvale. Those kisses meant nothing to him, though. They were, as she had labeled them, just kisses. But he would never lump his and Emma's kisses into the same category. She had to understand that. The difference is that I don't want to kiss those girls. I dread it any time I see a kissing scene in my script. There is nothing enjoyable about kissing for the camera. Emma's eyes teared up as a look of relief softened her features. I'm relieved to hear you say that. I think I knew it in my head, but it was getting hard to convince my heart that you didn't like kissing them. Especially after... After what? He gently encouraged her. After I saw Margot in your trailer with her hands all over you, he winced. I'm sorry you saw that. I promise you nothing happened. You know that, right? I know, but I can't help feeling a little insecure when I think about the two of you kissing. She frowned, a line deepening between her brows. Make that a lot insecure? Evan swallowed hard. Here he was at a loss for words once again. He didn't know what to say to reassure Emma at this point, because he was feeling unsure too. Unsure of how he would get through filming the new scene between him and Margot, but more unsure of Emma's reaction when she found out what it would entail. His throat tightened as if there was a noose around it. Every part of him was sure she'd flip out. He certainly would if the tables were turned. You have nothing to worry about. My heart belongs to you, and only you. Even as he said the words, he couldn't help but feel a pang of guilt roll through his stomach. His heart might be Emma's, but his mouth, and pretty soon his body, were another matter. Evan took a deep breath as he assessed the situation. He hated adding to her doubts, but he had to warn her now about what was coming. Emma, there's something I need to tell you. I know you said you don't want to know about any kissing scenes I do, but I want to be upfront with you about the next one I'm filming. With Margot. Doubt immediately flickered across her face. It took her a beat to reply. Okay. There was no easy way to go about this except to get it over with. It was like him and kissing scenes. The sooner he got them filmed, the better. He had the sinking feeling, though, that no matter how quickly he got his next words out, Emma would be dwelling on them for a long, long time. So, remember how Margot was going to have her dad get a new script written? Well, she did it. Her character and mine are no longer breaking up. In fact, they're going to do the opposite. Like, kiss again? Yes, and more. How much more? His face heated thinking about the details. Good thing it was too dark for Emma to see him clearly. He just needed to stick to the facts. According to the script, we'll be naked in the same bed together, and, well, you know what that implies. The horror on Emma's face confirmed she understood exactly what he meant, which didn't make him feel any better in the least. Chapter 6. Emma. Emma froze, her limbs growing cold despite the warm summer breeze rustling the bushes around them. The relief she'd felt just moments ago fled her body. She thought she'd heard Evan correctly, but maybe she was wrong. I know it sounds bad, Evan continued explaining, but it'll only look like we're naked. There will be a sheet covering us, and we'll be dressed underneath that. It'll be a couple of kisses, then the scene will fade to black. That's all, Em. That was all? Emma wanted to laugh. No, actually, what she really wanted to do was cry, or maybe even scream. She had known this day would come, that Evan would be required to do a bedroom scene, but a big part of her didn't want to accept it. How could she be having a conversation with her boyfriend about him sleeping with another woman? Okay, so technically they would only be pretending, but that didn't negate the fact that Evan would be lying in the same bed with her hands and lips all over him. Evan seemed to be okay with the idea, though. He was going on about the technicalities of the scene, including how many cameras would be filming them, and talking as if this were a typical shoot in the Edenvale gym or cafeteria. After a minute, though, he seemed to discern from her silence that she was far from okay. He stopped talking and met her gaze. His handsome features were distorted with worry. "Talk to me, Emma," Evan pleaded. "Please say something." Emma shook her head. The words wouldn't come no matter how hard she tried to voice them. It wasn't that she didn't know what she wanted to say. Oh, she had a boatload of opinions about this scene, but none of the phrases going through her mind in that moment were suitable to be spoken out loud. Even worse, she was afraid if she opened her mouth, she wouldn't be able to stop herself from crying. The last thing she wanted was to be an unsupportive girlfriend, especially not when Evan was trying so hard to ensure she kept her job. So she did what she'd always done when she wanted to keep the peace. She swallowed her feelings, then bit the inside of her cheek to keep her lip from quivering. Evan leaned close and took her hands in his. "Your hands are freezing. Are you okay?" He shrugged out of his tuxedo jacket and quickly placed it around her. Wrapping his arm around her shoulders, he drew her to his side. "Thanks," Emma murmured. Evan's masculine scent filled her senses, along with the musky fragrance of cologne. She loved how familiar he smelled, and how privileged she felt to be able to rest her head on his shoulder. To her, it was little gestures like this that made their dating relationship special. The sense of belonging and closeness she and Evan shared was unique to them. Or so she had thought. Little did she realize how many other women would be experiencing these intimate moments with him too. The very thought made her stomach want to lose its contents. "If you aren't comfortable with me doing this scene, I'll talk to Greg and see if there's another way to shoot it." Emma pulled back to look into Evan's dark brown eyes. The worry she saw there matched the concern in his voice. Just the fact that he offered to talk to the director made her feel better. But she really wanted to know Evan's take on this scenario. "How do you feel about it?" Evan seemed taken aback by her question. He ran both hands through his hair and took a moment before answering. "I'm more concerned about how you feel. The last thing I want is for this to affect our relationship." "I appreciate that, Evan, but this is your job we're talking about. I want to support you." A grateful smile curved his lips. "You have no idea how much I appreciate you. You're always so good about thinking about others, Em. That's what I love about you. You don't have a selfish bone in your body." Emma shook her head adamantly. She was fairly certain that every bone in her body, from her head to her toes, was groaning with jealousy. But as much as she tried to protest, Evan wouldn't let her shake the compliment. "You're humble, too," he added. His whole mood seemed to lighten. Even though his posture relaxed, there was still a seriousness to his tone. "To answer your question, I'm not looking forward to it. But I knew when Jackson's story arc started changing this season that there was a possibility I'd have to shoot a bedroom scene. I mean, the other characters have already been talking about him sleeping around. It was only a matter of time before we started seeing him play it out on screen." Emma blinked, not quite comprehending Evan's answer. He talked about his character as if he were a separate entity from himself, which Emma supposed he was, but it was still Evan manifesting the teenage character. "It's funny to hear you talk about Jackson like that. I mean, I know you're not him, but that's who people see when they think of him. It's your face and voice. Not to mention his body, too, which would be required to be in the same bed as Margot." She shuddered as that image popped into her mind. "I may play him, but I'm not him. I'm all for getting into character, but I'm not a method actor. What I do on screen doesn't change who I am or what I believe in. It's just like you acting as Faith. You don't become her. You're playing out her emotions and behavior. For a second, Emma wanted to hide behind her hands. The way Evan was talking made her feel like she didn't know the basics of acting. Of course, she logically knew there was a difference between acting in real life, but it seemed like the line between the two was becoming more and more fuzzy. After taking a moment to gather her thoughts, she finally realized why. It's just that the character I play is so like me. I don't have to try too hard to understand her motivations or to become her. But the character you play isn't who you are. Isn't it strange for you to be acting out things you'd never do? Evan cocked his head to one side and frowned. He was silent for so long, Emma wondered if he was going to answer her. When he did, his eyes were somber. I'm not sure what you think of me, Emma, but I'm far from perfect. I may not have done the things my character has done, but that doesn't mean I don't have the propensity to. I'm sinful, just like anyone else. I get tempted too. There are plenty of times when I look out for myself more than other people, and far too many times when I'd rather please myself than God. He's been so gracious to me, though, and kept me from doing a lot of things I'd regret. But I struggle as much as the next person. If the circumstances were different, if my life fell apart like my characters did, I could very well react like him. So it's really not that far of a stretch for me to imagine his mindset and emotional state. Emma was struck speechless. She didn't know how Evan did it, but he had managed to preach a mini sermon with his answer. Here he was schooling her on basic theology, of man's sinful nature and God's grace, and reminding her of her own humanity. Her chest tightened as she realized how judgmental she had sounded. I hadn't thought of it that way, but you're absolutely right. No one's better than anyone else in God's eyes. We all need his forgiveness and grace. Evan scoffed. Me probably more than most people. God knows how hard-headed I can be. That's probably why he made me the youngest. He knew someone as stubborn as me would need 4 older brothers to watch out for him. Sighing, he added, I'm pretty sure they'd flip if they knew about this upcoming scene. None of them really understand what acting is about. That's why it's so great that we share the same career. You totally get what this business is all about. Emma had no choice but to nod. She really did appreciate better than anyone else in both of their families what a sacrifice it was to become an actor. Abby had never understood why she'd wanted to move down to SoCal to pursue acting. Only Evan had the same passion and desire she did, and for that she was thankful. Yet there was so much she couldn't relate to when it came to the types of characters they played. You've been doing this a lot longer than I have, though, and you're a much more skilled actor than I am, she added without hesitation. I haven't taken a role yet that's really stretched me. I admire you for putting yourself out there. Once again, Evan's eyes brightened. He took her hand and brought it to his mouth, holding her gaze. He planted a soft kiss on her palm. You know just what to say to encourage me. I can't thank you enough for your support, Em. I wouldn't be able to do any of this without you. The heat from his lips lingered on her skin, sending a rush of tingles up her arm. Her stomach dipped as she noticed his gaze dropping to her mouth. She was certain he was one heartbeat away from kissing her. Her assumptions became reality as Evan leaned down to rest his forehead against hers. A hint of spices filled the small space between them as their breathing picked up speed, inhaling and exhaling in quick bursts. The moment was intense, more intense than any she'd ever experienced with Evan. He gave her a questioning glance, as if asking for permission to proceed. She nodded almost immediately. She appreciated his efforts at being a gentleman, but she was done waiting. She wanted to kiss her boyfriend, and she preferred to kiss him now. Evan's eyes twinkled with mischief, as if he understood her impatience. He chuckled under his breath and tilted her chin up gently. In a husky voice that made her stomach drop, he murmured, I love you, Emma Deeren. You're it for me. The sincerity of his words enveloped her like a blanket. offering her more security than she'd ever known. She opened her mouth to return his sentiments, but felt Evan's index finger against her lips, stopping her. "You don't have to say it yet, Em, if you're not ready. I just wanted to say it first. I don't want you to have any doubt where I stand." Emma laughed softly. He was really pulling out all the stops. She kissed his finger before he pulled it away. "You're so good for me, Evan. I don't know how you do it, but you know exactly what to say." "Didn't I tell you I can read minds?" He winked before his expression grew serious. "I make it a top priority to help you feel safe. I know you went through a lot with your family that made you lose trust in men. I never want to add to those doubts." "You don't. I have no doubt about where you stand, and I have no doubts about where I stand." She took a deep breath and smiled shyly. It was time for her to bare her heart too, and for the first time in this way. "I love you too." Upon hearing her words, Evan reacted like he had just won an Oscar. His mouth fell open first, then his eyes teared up in the most tender way. An expression of pure gratitude lit up his face. "Thank you, Emma. I'd like to kiss you now, if that's okay." "I thought you'd never ask," Emma responded playfully, then closed her eyes. The sound of crickets chirping filled the air around them. All they needed was the addition of some popular love song playing in the background to set the stage for a romantic scene. Except that this wasn't a scripted show. It was real life. She and Evan were living out a real relationship, and he was the most real embodiment of love she'd ever known. She couldn't wait to experience kissing him. She was sure this was it, the moment she'd been waiting more than a year for. Emma felt his breath caress her cheek, but before he could claim her mouth, a rustling sound came from behind them. Her eyes flew open and she turned around. Her shoulders tensed as soon as she noticed the glint of the moonlight reflecting off a camera lens. "Evan, over there!" Evan sprang to his feet and charged toward a row of bushes at the edge of the garden. With arms crossed firmly against his chest, he commanded, "Come out. We know you're in there." A young guy in his late 20s emerged with a smirk quirking one corner of his mouth. His tousled black hair, 5 o'clock shadow, and wrinkled t-shirt and jeans made him look like he had just rolled out of bed. But Emma knew better. This man, like the other paparazzi she'd crossed paths with on occasion, lived life on the go. They didn't care much about appearances when it was their job to capture other people on film. As she expected, the man carried a camera with him. His SLR, however, was a little different from the ones she saw the paparazzi carry. Its telephoto zoom lens was much smaller and shorter. Emma watched as Evan exchanged words with the man whose voice was unexpectedly low and gruff for his age. The two guys were about the same height, but Evan stood with more confidence and authority. He spoke in a calm, friendly manner, as if he were chatting with a fan. Emma had seen him in his element plenty of times when he appeared on talk shows. He had no problem chatting with people, regardless if they were strangers or celebrities. She was sure he'd be able to get on this photographer's good side and figure out if the guy had gotten any pictures of them. And if he had, Evan would be able to convince him not to sell them. He had to. Minutes passed and the tension in Emma's shoulders increased. Evan seemed to grow more and more frustrated with each passing moment as he pointed to the camera and gestured for the man to hand it over. His effort was fruitless, though, because the man kept shaking his head. That was when Emma decided to say a quick prayer, asking God to help Evan out with the situation. He was the only one capable of changing hearts. Emma wondered how long it would take for the man to relent. His expression remained determined and unchanging. Evan shoved his hands into his pockets and stepped back. After a few more words and a brief handshake, the man walked away and Evan returned to her side. "What happened? Did he get any pictures of us?" she asked hesitantly, not sure if she wanted to know the answer. "He did, but he is not who we thought he was." He grimaced, then announced, "He's a private investigator hired to check on us. His job was to find out our relationship status." "What? Why? Who would do that?" The words were barely out of her mouth when Emma realized just who would do such a thing. Margot. And now Margot had the undeniable proof of who Evan was dating. Chapter 7. Evan. Evan tapped his foot incessantly as he sat in front of a well-lit mirror in the makeup trailer. The muscles in his shoulders tensed, creating a dull ache that traveled along his jawline up to his temples. The moist face wipe his makeup artist was using to clean his face barely stayed cool against his hot skin. The anger and frustration building up within him was like a boiling pot of water ready to spill over. He released a deep breath, hoping to ease some of the tension in his body, but all he ended up doing was grunting. Billy Bob, the makeup artist he had come to know as a good friend during his time on Edenvale, gave him a curious look. He cocked his head to the side, the tips of his blue spiked hair barely moving. Not one to mince words, he frowned and asked, "Bad weekend?" "Bad doesn't even begin to describe it." One look in the mirror confirmed how much of a toll his trip home had taken on him. There were dark circles under his eyes, as well as a couple of red bumps along his chin. He was supposed to be playing a teenager on TV, not looking like one in real life. That's what he got for eating chips late at night when he couldn't sleep. "Sorry to make your job harder today." "Don't worry about it. That's what concealer's for. What happened? Last time you broke out like this was your first day on the job." Evan filled him in on the drama that had occurred 2 days ago at Aiden and Abby's wedding. Billy Bob was the only person on the show who knew about him and Emma dating, so Evan felt free to confide in him. "I can't believe she sent a PI to spy on Emma and me. At least the guy was decent enough to agree to wait until tonight to give Margot his report. I wanted to buy Emma some time. She'll get to shoot her scenes today and hopefully make a good enough impression on Greg that he won't let her get fired." Billy Bob shook his head in disbelief. He threw away the face wipe, then picked up an electric shaver to clean up the stubble along Evan's jawline. "That's crazy, man. Margot's got you cornered. She's not one to play fair either. Well, I'm tired of her games. She's not just making things difficult for Emma, she's wreaking havoc for me too. I'm sure you saw the script for today. You know Margot had that new scene added in, right?" "Margot did that? Ouch." Billy Bob finished shaving one half of Evan's face, then moved to the other. "This your first bedroom scene, innit? Are you stressed about that too?" "Honestly, it's a combination of everything. Worrying about Emma losing her job, hating the fact that I have to kiss Margot again, and most of all, not feeling like I have any control or say in this situation. Lately, I have more days when I dread coming to work than look forward to it. This isn't what I signed up for." Billy Bob set down the shaver, then began applying moisturizer to Evan's face. As he gently rubbed the lotion in, he asked, "So, what are you going to do about it?" Evan grimaced. What a loaded question. It was one he'd been contemplating all weekend. "There are only 2 ways to go about this. 1, stick it out and go along with Margot's antics and hope she moves on to someone else soon. Or 2, find another job." Billy Bob's brows shot up. "What about talking to Greg or one of the other producers? You're the star of the show. I'm sure that gives you some weight around here." "Not as much as Margot." Evan tilted his chin up as Billy Bob got to work applying a light coat of foundation on his face. "It is what it is. My current contract expires at the end of this season. I've had a good run on Edenvale, but I think I've got enough experience under my belt to go out there and try something new. I've already told my agent to start lining up some auditions for me." "You're really serious about leaving. I'm impressed," Billy Bob remarked with a hint of pride in his voice. "I like how you're stepping out in faith." "I'd like to think it's faith on my part, but it might just be desperation," Evan joked half-heartedly. "Or maybe it's just foolishness. I know there are actors who'd give their right hand to have the job I have. They'd want to be pursued by someone like Margot. Can you imagine the job security you'd have if you were dating the executive producer's daughter? Yet here I am, thinking about giving it all up." He closed his eyes as Billy Bob used a brush to dab some concealer under his eyes. "Do you think I'm crazy?" "Not in the least. You're being true to yourself. Money can't buy peace of mind. That's for sure." That's the thought that had crossed Evan's mind more than once while he had been praying about this change. Staying on at Edenvale might give him a temporary sense of peace, but he couldn't rely on his job for security. This was a big step of faith, though. He hoped he was ready to actually take the plunge, not only talk about it. "I want to trust that God will provide for me. He's opened the right doors for me before. I know he's more than able to do it again." "Amen to that. Fair warning, though, it's not going to be easy." Evan opened his eyes to see Billy Bob's face a few inches from his own as he applied the last makeup product, a finishing powder, onto his face. "Finding a new job? Yeah, I know. It'll take time and multiple rejections before I land something. That and the mental and emotional toll you'll go through to get there. But I have faith you'll grow through this situation. You know the Bible says hard times produce perseverance, and perseverance leads to maturity. James chapter 1, right? I just read that this morning." "That's the one. There are plenty of times when we can't change the circumstances, and the circumstances end up changing us. But we can choose whether we end up changing for the better or for worse." Evan marveled at the wisdom of his friend's words, not to mention the perfect timing of God. In this uphill battle he was facing, he really appreciated the reminder to persevere. "I'll keep that in mind. Thanks, man." "Anytime." Billy Bob nodded and stepped to the side. "You're all set, Evan. Not a bad job if I do say so myself." Evan saw his own reflection in the mirror before him, his face now clear of blemishes. While he appeared calm and collected on the outside, his insides were twisted with worry. Now that his makeup was done, he was one step closer to shooting his scenes, but also one step closer to getting them over with. "You're a miracle worker. All in a day's job." He shook hands with Evan, then handed him a breath mint. "I'll be praying for you. Now go break a leg." "Thanks again, and thanks for your words of wisdom." Evan tossed the mint into his mouth, a ritual he did before every kissing scene. He double-checked his hair in the mirror and smoothed some stray locks into place before exiting the trailer. He ran through his lines again in his head as he headed to the high school's auditorium that housed today's set. As he walked, his phone buzzed in his back pocket. He pulled it out and saw a message from Emma. "Evan, I had a great shoot. Thanks so much for running lines with me yesterday." She added a selfie taken at one of the indoor stages. Her red hair was pulled back in a braid, and she wore a black and white baseball tee under a denim overall skirt. The grin on her face said it all. She was doing her dream job and having the time of her life. "That's awesome, Em. Way to go," he texted back. "Are you done for the day?" "Almost. One of the production assistants is going to take me on a quick tour of the set for my scene tomorrow." "Oh yeah? That's cool." Evan quickly typed a final message as he reached the set. "Tell me more later, okay? I gotta go, but I'll see you tonight for our special date." "I can't wait. See you later." The kissy face emoji Emma added at the end of her text sent a surge of heat rushing through Evan's body. After the PI had interrupted them on Saturday, they hadn't been in the right frame of mind to kiss. Yesterday had been a busy day spent with their families before Aiden and Abby left on their honeymoon. Now that they were back to SoCal and their regular routine, Evan planned on cooking a nice meal for Emma. An evening out of the eyes of the paparazzi was just what they needed. He also wanted to revisit the matter of their kiss. He hoped Emma was thinking along the same lines as well. He sent her a kissy face emoji back before returning his phone to his pocket. The stage crew greeted him with big smiles and handshakes once he arrived in the three-walled bedroom that was meant to belong to Margot's character. Everything about the room, from the posters of Shawn Mendes on the walls to a vanity filled with makeup products, resembled a teen girl's haven. A white canopy bed also sat along one wall beside a dresser. The sight of the twin-sized mattress made Evan's mouth grow dry. There wasn't much room at all for a grown man, much less two people. He had a feeling Margot had put in a special request for this. He was dreading this bedroom scene even more now. The one person not dreading it approached him, wearing a pair of nude heels and a black silk robe. Margot was certainly underdressed compared to him in his jeans, t-shirt, and sneakers. However, she looked as happy as could be to be flaunting her long, bare legs for all to see. "Evan, sweetie, don't you look handsome?" She reached his side and traced the bright purple nails of one hand down his arm. She licked her red lips and batted her lash extensions at him. "The fans are going to love seeing you with your shirt off." Evan clenched his hands and tried not to flinch at her touch. The scent of her perfume was so strong it worsened his headache. As much as he wanted to flee, he knew it was better not to ruffle Margot's feathers before they started shooting. If he played along, it was more likely they'd only have to rehearse the scene once. He pasted on a smile and replied, "I'm ready when you are." "I like your enthusiasm," she cooed with a sugary smile. "Oh, Greg, we're ready." The red-haired director walked onto the set wearing his usual t-shirt and sweats. Today, a baseball cap covered his head and a pair of glasses hung around his neck from a chain. He took one look at the bed and frowned. "What happened to the bed? It's supposed to be a queen." "I asked the prop guys to switch it out. This one is much more comfortable," Margot touted. "Daddy said it was a good idea." "Fine, it'll do," Greg remarked through pursed lips. "But next time I'd appreciate a heads up before any changes are made, Margot. I need to know what I'm working with in order to get the camera blocking right." He clapped his hands together, then called out, "Let's start from the top. Margot and Evan, you guys will enter through the door holding hands. Margot, you'll shut the door behind you. After you say your lines, Evan, you'll pick Margot up and carry her to the bed. Continue kissing until I call the scene. Places, everyone." Evan waited with Margot in the makeshift hallway outside the room, waiting for the cue to start. As soon as Greg called out action, he took on his character's persona and grabbed Margot's hand. No longer was he Evan Spark. He became Jackson, a lonely teenager trying to find comfort in the arms of a girl. Margot pulled him through the doorway, then closed it behind them. She stepped up to Evan and wrapped her arms around his waist. "You're not alone anymore, Jax. We've got each other. I can make you feel better." "I know you can. You're so good to me, Cammy." Evan brushed a strand of Margot's hair from her face. He cast a furtive look over his shoulder, then asked, "Are you sure your mom won't be home tonight? I can't risk getting into any trouble with my folks. They'll make me quit football if I mess up again." "I'm sure." Margot stood on her tiptoes and pressed her body against his. "We're safe." Evan hesitated, even though he knew those two words were supposed to be the cue for them to start kissing. It was as if his mind and body were operating on two separate planes. His shoulders tensed at the thought of placing his lips on Margot's. He tried to push his reservations aside, though, and stay in character. By sheer willpower, he forced himself to lean down, his mouth hovering just above Margot's. He fought against himself every centimeter until he felt Margot take the lead and kiss him first. After that first kiss, he realized the scene would go much faster if he moved it along instead of dragging his feet. So he literally picked up the pace, lifting one foot then the other as he carried Margot to the bed and set her down. Leaning over her, he continued their kiss until he heard, "Cut!" in the distance. Evan disentangled himself from Margot's arms and leapt off the bed. Keeping a safe distance from his co-star, he stood at the foot of the bed and ran a hand over his face. To his dismay, his lips were still warm from the kiss. He might be acting, but kissing scenes were far too real, especially with Margot looking at him like she couldn't wait to devour him again. She lay on the bed with her hair mussed and robe falling off one shoulder, eyeing him out of the corner of her eye. Every cell in his body was grateful Emma was nowhere near this stage. Even though he knew he was acting, Margot obviously had other intentions. His entire body tensed as he waited for the director's next instructions. Greg squatted next to the bed, holding up both of his hands with his thumbs touching each other. Looking through an imaginary lens, he called out to his camera assistant, "Right here. I want one camera right here. The assistant, a young woman with a roll of blue painter's tape, tore off a piece and stuck it onto the stage to mark the spot. All right, let's go over the next bit. Greg once again turned his attention to Evan and Margot. Evan, you pause in between kisses and pull your shirt over your head. Margot, you'll start slipping off your robe. At that point, I want you both under the sheet. Continue kissing. I'll pan down to your clothes on the floor, then we'll fade to black. Any questions? Evan shook his head. Let's do it. Can I get some water first? Margot fanned her face with her hand. All this kissing is making me parched. Someone bring her water, please. Greg called out over his shoulder. One of the production assistants ran over and handed her a bottle. After a few sips, Margot asked for a mint. Her next request was for a makeup touch-up, then for an extra pillow to be placed at the head of the bed. She had several stage hands rushing around the set at once. It took every ounce of self-control for Evan to not roll his eyes. After a while, he decided to wait in the hall outside the bedroom so he didn't get in the way of the folks doing Margot's bidding. After a good 5 minutes had passed, Margot finally declared she was ready. From the top, Greg called out, his voice wavering between impatience and relief at being able to get back to the scene. Action! Once again, Evan resumed his role as Jackson, placing himself in the mind of a desperate teenage boy. He took Margot's hand and they both ran through the door. Margot wrapped her arms around him and spoke her lines. Just as Evan was about to say his part, he spotted a familiar head of long red hair out of the corner of his eye. His mouth grew dry. No, it couldn't be. He desperately wanted to turn to look at the woman standing with the stagehands, but he forced himself to stay in character. If it wasn't who he thought it was, he'd be ruining a perfectly good take. If it was her, though, he didn't even want to think about that possibility. Having Emma watch him work today was the last thing he wanted. Chapter 8. Emma. Emma didn't know if she should look or not look at the scene unfolding before her eyes. She felt as if she were under a strange spell, almost like she was hypnotized. Despite the fact she could think of her own accord, she didn't have any control over her body. Her hands, both tightly balled into fists, were cold and clammy. A shiver fell down her spine, sending chills flowing through her body. Her throat was so dry it hurt to swallow. But try as she might, she couldn't turn her head or even move her feet. Her sneakers were firmly planted on the ground as she stood beside Cassie, the production assistant who had been taking her around. The young woman, a few years older than her, was also riveted by the actors rehearsing, but for another reason completely. She leaned over to whisper in Emma's ear. Oh my word, he's taken off his shirt. Evan Spark is taken off his shirt. Cassie began pulling at the front of her pink blouse to fan herself. Isn't he hot? I mean, this whole scene is hot. Emma nodded lamely, unable to say a word. How could she when Margot was running her hands all over her boyfriend, along the muscular edges of his biceps and down his defined chest? That wasn't the worst part, though. Seeing Evan respond to her advances was too much to bear. She forced her gaze down, trying to push the image of Evan kissing Margot from her mind. She tried not to think of his hands in her hair and his mouth on her neck. Oh! Emma's hands immediately flew to her mouth. The sour taste of bile coated her tongue. Seeing Evan and Margot make out with each other was literally making her sick. She had to excuse herself before she threw up on set. Cassie must have noticed the distress on her face. She placed her hand on Emma's arm and quickly guided her toward the exit. Once they had made their way out into the late afternoon sunshine, she exclaimed, "Are you okay, Emma? You don't look so good." Emma gulped in a lungful of air and felt her heart rate slow down. She rubbed her hands up and down her arms, feeling goosebumps along her skin even though it was nearly 80 degrees out. When she finally found her words, she murmured through gritted teeth, I'm fine. I'm better now." "Are you sure?" Cassie rubbed Emma's back and looked at her with concern. "You look like you saw a ghost. Let's find you a place to sit down." That's a good idea. Emma let Cassie lead her to a nearby wooden bench, where they both took a seat. She glanced up at the large auditorium in front of them, still shaken by what she had seen inside. Who knew the stage she would be rehearsing on tomorrow would happen to be next to the one Evan was on today? If only she hadn't agreed to follow Cassie to see her favorite actor on Edenvale. She should have known Cassie was referring to Evan. Just about every female in America between the ages of 13 to 30 was in love with him, including herself. Emma scoffed at the thought. She might be dating Evan, but she had to share him with millions of other women. 11 million, to be exact. That was the number of followers he had on Instagram the last time she checked. But the person she disliked sharing him with the most was Margot, especially after the haughty look Margot gave her when she first walked onto the set with Cassie. The memory sent chills down Emma's back again. She took a shaky breath and tried to gather her thoughts. "What happened in there?" Cassie asked. She pushed up the sleeves of her cardigan and narrowed her eyes at her. "Are you sure you're okay?" "Yeah. Do you want to go back in there? You're missing the scene." Emma said the words, but she didn't really mean them. She was so thankful to have Cassie by her side. Her eyes were almost the same shade of green as her own, but her dark brown hair was similar to Abby's. She also had the same protective older sister vibe. Even though they had just met last week, Emma already felt at ease with her. If the circumstances were different, she would love to confide in her. Instead, Emma lightened her tone and repeated herself. "You should go. You don't have to wait here with me." Cassie grew quiet. She looked at Emma curiously, studying her. "Emma, this is going to sound crazy, but is there something going on between you and Evan Spark?" "What?" Emma's face blanched. As soon as she heard her own shaky voice, she wanted to smack herself on the forehead. For someone who called herself an actress, she sure didn't sound convincing. But it was one thing to pretend to be someone else and a whole other thing to lie about her own life. "What are you talking about?" "There is something. I totally thought it was a rumor that he was dating someone. I mean, I saw some photos of him with a girl, but it was so dark you couldn't see who she was." A mixture of delight and surprise lit up her eyes. How in the world did you guys get together? That was a question Emma often wondered about, too. How did she manage to get the attention of a teenage heartthrob? But the bigger question was, could she trust Cassie to keep her secret? She prayed she could. She had nothing else to go on but faith and hope. "We met on set here kind of randomly last year. Evan was going around introducing himself to the extras and we started talking. He invited me to go to a Christian Actors Fellowship with him and we started doing stuff together with other people. Over time, it was just the two of us hanging out. One thing led to another." She paused as she realized what Cassie had said. "Where did you see those photos of us?" "On Primetime Beat," she stated, naming one of the popular paparazzi sites. "It looked like you were in a garden of some sort late at night. Evan was in a tuxedo and the girl, you, was wearing a dress. The photos were grainy, but it seemed like you guys were about to kiss." Emma gasped. The PI must have sold his photos to Primetime Beat after Evan had asked him not to tell Margot about his findings. A flash of anger surged through her body, but she took a breath to calm herself. As much as Emma wanted to be upset with the guy, she understood he had a job to do. She couldn't fault him for earning money on the side to survive. She did the same as a waitress. But this complicated things. Margot could have seen the photo already. If so, she would put two and two together. It was only a matter of time before Emma lost her job. "We haven't told anyone outside of our family, so I'd really appreciate it if you could keep this to yourself. Things are kind of tricky right now." The concern on Cassie's face touched her. She seemed genuinely worried. "It's just that Margot's threatened to have me fired. She's not a fan of Evan having a girlfriend. I think she wants that role for herself." The mention of Margot made Emma's stomach churn again. She wondered if Evan was done rehearsing or if he was still kissing. Stop. She had to stop thinking about that scene. "Oh my goodness!" Cassie's brows shot up high on her forehead. That's why she told me to stop by the set today, and why she kept telling me to bring you around. Margot told you to bring me? Why would she do that? So you'd react the way you did. She's trying hard to get under your skin. I tell you, if it weren't for good old nepotism, she wouldn't have a job on the show. She knows it, and the fans know it too. She's trying to get rid of the competition. Emma balked. I'd hardly call myself competition. She's one of the lead actresses on Edenvale. I'm just a small, minor character. Who's getting more lines? Cassie paused and lowered her voice. I'm not supposed to be talking about this, but I know one of the writers. There's been talk of Margot's dad cutting funds for the show if she doesn't get a bigger part. Emma blinked, taken aback. But she's already one of the main characters. I can't imagine her role expanding even more. She basically wants more airtime, and because her parents are going through a nasty divorce, her dad's willing to go the extra mile to get her to side with him. Wow! Emma could hardly believe her ears. It had to be so hard for Margot to be stuck in the middle of her parents' relationship. That's so sad. I almost feel bad for her. I do feel bad for her. Cassie scoffed. You're incredible, Emma. No wonder they cast you as Faith. You're as sweet as your character. Didn't you hear what I said about Margot trying to push you out? I know, but it's a defense mechanism. Evan's words from the other night came back to Emma. No one was more righteous than anyone else. Given the right circumstances, she could do regrettable things too. She's just trying to save herself. I'm not excusing what she did, but I understand why she did it. Desperation makes people behave at their worst. No kidding. Placing a hand on her arm, Cassie sighed. I'm so sorry I brought you here. I had no idea you and Evan were a thing. It's not your fault. I can't imagine how uncomfortable that must have been for you to see. Never mind. Let's not bring it up. Yes, let's not, Emma replied as she stared down at the ground. If only not talking about the bedroom scene would make the thought of it go away. Even now, the scene was fresh in her mind, seared into her memory. Her insides churned, making her feel sick again. I don't know how other people do it. Some people even direct their spouses doing love scenes with other people. I'd never have the stomach for that. Let's hope this is the one and only love scene Evan has to film, or at least one that's not with you. I bet you wouldn't mind that, right? Actually, I have a no kissing clause in my contract. It covers bedroom scenes too. Cassie's mouth fell open. I didn't think actors really had those clauses. Not that there's anything wrong with it, to each their own, but it's gotta make it harder for you to get scenes. Especially on a TV show about teenagers, there are multiple kisses in every episode. Emma nodded. That's part of the reason why I have the clause. Who knows how many guys I'd have to kiss if I didn't have it? But what about kissing Evan? That would be okay, right? Okay. Emma was sure it would be more than okay. It'd be amazing. Just the thought of their near kiss over the weekend made her stomach dip with anticipation. She couldn't wait for the next time they'd be alone again. I'd rather not kiss Evan in front of a camera and have millions of people watching us. I want to save something that personal for when we're alone. That makes sense. But you're okay with Evan kissing other girls? Cassie's tone was more of curiosity than accusation, which made Emma feel safe about answering her. Not really. It's his job, though. I try not to think about it too much. Which was impossible after what she just saw. Thoughts of Evan and Margot making out was all she could think about now. You're really a supportive girlfriend. I try to be. Even as she said the words, she felt as if she were betraying her heart. There was no part of her that wanted to support Evan kissing other girls. She'd rather cover her eyes and ears instead. That's why she didn't watch the show or even ask Evan about the scenes he shot unless he brought it up first. The saying was true. Ignorance was bliss. But was she truly showing him support if she kept her head buried in the sand? Emma looked up to see Evan running out of the auditorium straight toward their bench. He had his shirt back on, but his hair was tousled and his lips swollen from kissing. His expression was one of deep concern and a little bit of fear. She had never seen him look so unsure of himself. When he reached them, Cassie immediately hopped up and waved. "I gotta run. Duty calls." She smiled and made a zipping motion across her mouth before she turned to go. Evan barely acknowledged Cassie. His focus was completely on Emma. He sat down beside her and took her hand in his. "I'm so sorry you had to see that. I had no idea you'd be stopping by the set, or I would have warned you. I know it looked bad, but like I said before, it's not what it looks like. I know." Emma cut in before he could say more, partly because she didn't want to dwell on the subject any longer, but also because she had made up her mind. She was going to support Evan in his career no matter what. Working in Hollywood was hard enough already. He didn't need any grief from her. Moreover, she trusted him. "I know, Evan. You don't have to explain. You told me about the scene. I just wasn't prepared to see it in person. But here's the weird thing. I think Margot wanted me to. Cassie, the PA who was just here, told me it was Margot's idea to bring me by the set today." "Margot planned this?" Evan's face flushed red. His eyes registered understanding as he threw his hands up in the air. "So that's why she was stalling earlier. She was waiting for you to show up before we ran through the scene again. So much for asking the guy from Primetime Beat to keep his mouth shut." "It might not have been him." Emma relayed what Cassie had told her about the photo she saw. "Either way, I'm pretty sure she knows about us." Pretty sure was an understatement. Positively certain was more like it, according to the smug smile on Margot's lips as she walked through the auditorium door. She strode toward them, dressed once again in her robe and heels. She crossed her arms against her chest and stared down her perfectly straight nose at them. The strong, musky smell of perfume wafted in the air as she neared. "So, inquiring minds want to know, do all in-laws hold hands like the two of you do?" Emma tried to pull her hand out of Evan's, but he held on tight. He rose to his full height of 5'11" and faced Margot head-on. In a calm, even voice, he stated, "I've had enough of your games, Margot, so I'm going to be very clear. Emma and I are dating. If you have any problems with that, you can take it up with me, but you are to leave Emma out of it." Margot sneered. "You talk a big game, Evan, but know this. You may be the star of the show, but you're only 1/6 of the main cast. Aidenvale would have no problem surviving without you." "That's good to know, because I have half a mind to quit right now." Evan pulled Emma to her feet. "Come on, Em, let's go." Emma followed him, in awe of Evan's gutsy words and stride. If only she had half of his confidence, because she was sure if Margot had any say in the matter, the road ahead of them was going to be a very bumpy one. Chapter 9. Evan. Evan placed his arm around Emma's shoulders and settled back into the leather couch in his one-bedroom apartment. The large-screen TV hanging on the wall across from them was turned to a cooking show. A flat box lay open on the coffee table at their feet, still half full of Hawaiian pizza. The evening he had planned for him and Emma had switched from romantic to somber as soon as they'd left the set a couple of hours ago. Thanks to Margot's scheming, neither he nor Emma were in the mood to talk, much less kiss. The only consolation he had was that they were in this situation together. No one else besides Emma understood the pressures he faced at work, specifically where Margot was concerned. He was sure Emma felt as beat up as he did emotionally. Her head had fallen onto his shoulder, as if she had no energy to hold it up. He rested his chin on her soft hair, breathing in the sweet floral scent of her shampoo. The warmth of her body against his gave him such a sense of comfort. It was so easy and simple being with Emma. They didn't even need to say a word. After a few minutes of sitting like this, he wondered if she had fallen asleep. That was until he heard her sniffle. "Emma, are you crying?" He lifted her chin up gently. Her emerald green eyes shone with unshed tears. "What's wrong?" Her tears began to fall down her pink cheeks. "I know I shouldn't take it personally, but I hate being on Margot's bad side. I barely know her, but she acts like I'm her enemy. It's not you. It's her. She's the one trying to control the situation. Unhappy people make those around them unhappy. She's trying to make herself feel better by putting us down. But we need to remember who we are in God's eyes. He's the ultimate judge. He'll make things right. Don't worry, babe. We'll figure it out. I hope so. Emma's expression turned thoughtful. She wiped away her tears as she regarded him. Were you serious about what you said today? That you want to quit the show? I am. I've been thinking and praying about it a lot. Edenvale's been great to me, but I want to do more than play a teenager. It's going to take some effort for me to break out of being typecast in these kind of roles. But I just need one shot. One break. I really think I could do more if given the chance. I know you could. You're so talented. Emma's matter-of-fact tone overwhelmed him with gratitude. He brought her hand to his mouth and pressed a soft kiss on her palm. Thank you for believing in me. It's not hard to. You're so passionate about acting. You get this extra spark in your eyes whenever you talk about it. It's a huge part of my life. Other than God and the people I love, it's what I feel the most excited about. Don't you feel the same? Yes, maybe, she admitted hesitantly. I love acting, the rush of getting into character and pouring your whole heart into a part, but I don't love anything else about it. I'm starting to wonder if I'm supposed to work in Hollywood. What if it's not what God meant for me to do? Evan couldn't believe his ears. He had just been thinking about how similar he and Emma were with their dreams and passions, yet here she was thinking about throwing it all away. You can't mean that. You've worked so hard to get where you are. This is just one bump in the road. A really big bump. But you don't have to face it alone. We're in this together. We are. I'm in this with you. I'm here to support you, Evan. No matter what. I just don't know about myself. Today's run-in with Margot confirmed what I've been afraid of. My skin's not thick enough for Hollywood. It's just Edenvale, Em. Not every set has someone like Margot who likes to stir up drama. We can find another show to try out for. Together. His spirits started rising as he thought about the possibilities out there. His agents had already found 2 auditions for him, all playing characters in their 20s. I'm sure there's something better out there for both of us. Don't give up yet, Em. She sighed a little, but she acknowledged his words with a nod. Her green eyes weren't as bright as usual. He could tell this issue was really weighing her down. Emma was about as anti-conflict as anyone he knew. He wished he could shield her from all these pressures, but there was only so much he could do. She needed to make up her own mind about her career. Perhaps if he reminded her of all the good things she loved about acting, she would find a reason to fight for it. Tell me about your shoot today. How'd it go? Her face brightened for a moment. It was good. Really good. Greg was pretty happy with how well I took his directions. He mainly wanted me to speak up more. It took me a few minutes to get comfortable and out of my head, but once I did, I had no problems getting into my role. It helped that everyone was really patient and encouraging. It's a great cast, Evan agreed. Most of the actors got their break on Edenvale just like I did. That's why there are no egos on set. It's like a big family. Everyone supports each other. You mean almost everyone? Emma didn't have to name names for him to know who she was referring to. Yeah, well, even the closest family has their share of problems. Not yours. I've never seen or heard you fight with your brothers. You all get along so well. Evan scoffed. My mom would roll her eyes if she heard you say that. You didn't see us when we were kids. Aiden loved using his role as the oldest to boss us around. We teased Brandon like crazy about the chick flicks he watched. Colin was a goofball who'd make jokes at other people's expenses, and Darren loved to beat us at wrestling matches. And there was me, always trying to get my parents' attention. I did just about anything I could, from whining to getting straight A's so I could outshine my brothers. I was a pretty insecure kid. No way, you're anything but insecure. Not anymore. Well, at least not as much now. I still have my moments of doubt. He knew he'd grown up some since childhood, but the truth was, he wasn't as strong as he made himself sound. He wondered how Emma would react if he admitted his weaknesses to her. Would she look down on him? But if he couldn't be honest with her, who could he be himself with? He met her eyes hesitantly, then with much relief. Emma's accepting smile was all he needed to feel at ease. The truth is, there are times I care too much about what others think of me. I also put too much weight on things that hold temporary value, like my job or how many followers I have on social media. These things seem like easy markers to use to measure success, but I know I can't hold on to them to feel good about myself, not when I could lose them at any time. I try hard to remind myself to value what God values, but I don't always succeed. Emma nodded. I get it. You're talking to Miss People Pleaser herself. It's a constant struggle to remember who we are in the Lord's eyes. I never would have guessed you have a hard time with that too, but it makes sense. We're both the youngest. I know what it's like to feel like you're not enough. Evan gave her a grateful smile. She did understand. I'm glad you don't think less of me. No way, Evan. I'm so glad you shared this with me. It makes me feel better that I'm not the only one who struggles. She pursed her lips, looking unsure. Part of the reason I decided to go into acting was to do something totally different from Abby. It was like my way of rebelling and standing up for myself, to show her that I could survive in this business. She released a bitter laugh. But look at me now. Everything she told me about Hollywood is coming true. How no one can be trusted and how easy it is for people to push me around. I can just hear her telling me, I told you so, and giving me her big sister speech about how I should have listened to her in the first place and gotten an office job. Evan smirked. He could only imagine how many lectures Emma had to listen to over the years. He had had his fair share of well-intentioned talks as well. It's hard being the youngest. We have so much more to prove. We do. She turned to face him. I really shouldn't be complaining, though. Compared to you, I have it easy. Sure, Abby can be pretty overbearing, but there's only one of her. You've got like 4 Abbies to deal with. The genuine concern in Emma's voice made Evan smile. She really was too sweet for words. It is pretty bad, he remarked with an exaggerated pout. He placed a hand over his heart as he continued lamenting. My poor ego's gotten quite a beating these past 26 years. I bet it's black and blue by now. It's gonna take a lot of TLC to nurse it back to health. Emma's eyes widened with concern. The corners of her mouth began to turn down, but she soon gasped. She studied him for a moment, then gave him a playful slap on the chest. Evan Spark, you had me feeling all sorry for you. It's not fair to mess with me like that. I can't stand seeing you upset. He took her hand in his and held it next to his heart. With a soft chuckle, he apologized with another kiss on her palm. I'm sorry, love. I couldn't help it. You're so adorable with your big green eyes. I won't mess with you again, I promise. But I wasn't kidding about needing some TLC. She pretended to be upset, but a smile immediately spread across her lips. I would be more than happy to give you some tender, loving care. I once played a doctor in a school play. I'm sure I could help soothe your bruised ego. Oh, yeah? He wiggled his eyebrows up and down. Just how would you do that? I was thinking, maybe a kiss? That sounds perfect. Evan was about to lean in when Emma suddenly turned her head to the left. After a moment, she glanced suspiciously to the right, then nodded in satisfaction. Her behavior prompted him to look around the room as well. Everything was in its place, from the framed photos of his family on the walls behind them to the video games on the floor in front of the TV. The only movement was that of the living room curtains blowing from the warm breeze coming through an open window. What is it? What are you looking for? Any chance of an interruption? Emma answered with a playful grin. I'm just checking to see if there are any paparazzi or private investigators hiding in your apartment. I want to be sure we get to kiss this time. Evan laughed, feeling completely at ease for the first time that day. The emotional release felt so good, he felt tears gather in the corners of his eyes. When he caught his breath, he shook his head in delight. "I'm positive no one's going to get in the way of us kissing tonight." "Good." With one leg tucked under the other, Emma turned to face him. Their knees touched as she inched closer to him. The look in her eyes told him she'd only been half kidding about checking the place out. There was a hunger there that he'd never seen before, in the vivid color of her irises and the flecks of gold around her pupils. She gave him a sweet, alluring smile. "I've been waiting a long time for this." "Me too, love." Evan touched her cheek, caressing her soft skin with the pad of his thumb. A warm flush brightened her complexion when his gaze dropped to her mouth. He almost couldn't believe the time had come. After the waiting of the past year, and especially after all the other girls he had had to kiss for work, he was finally going to kiss the woman who made his heart race and soar at the same time. The one woman who mattered the most. Closing his eyes, Evan lowered his forehead to Emma's and nudged her nose with his. She lifted her arms and clasped her hands behind his head, running her fingers through his hair. The simple touch sent a rush of heat through his body, from the nape of his neck to his toes. Tingles spread along his skin, exciting and encouraging him to follow through on his desires. He loved Emma, and there was nothing more he wanted than to show her how much he cherished her. Without a second thought, he bridged the space between them. He placed his mouth on hers with a feather-light touch, slowly and carefully at first. When she kissed him back, he let his lips explore hers. He took his time, yearning to memorize the feel and taste of them. He loved that there was no need to question or overanalyze the situation. This wasn't a scene to be rehearsed and filmed. This was real life, with his real love. It was simply perfection, the best kiss he'd ever had. Evan moved his hands down Emma's back, pulling her to himself. Head spinning, he continued kissing her with all the passion he had bottled up over the past year. His lips moved to the corner of her mouth as he left a trail of kisses beginning there, then along her jaw, then down to her neck. He heard her gasp, the breathy sound urging him to continue, until she abruptly backed away. It's getting late and I'm really tired," Emma stated matter-of-factly, as she started gathering her belongings. She grabbed her blue cardigan off the back of the couch and stood up. "Do you mind taking me home?" It took Evan a few seconds to orient himself to the situation. When he realized Emma was asking to leave, he nodded. He ran a hand through his hair as he considered Emma's expression. She was usually easy to read, but in this moment he wasn't sure what was on her mind. Why had she ended the kiss? Was it something he had done or hadn't done? He'd never had this kind of reaction before, especially not on set. He considered himself an experienced kisser, and all the actresses he had kissed before had never complained. So what had gone wrong? Is everything okay?" She hardly batted an eye. "Yeah, of course. I just need to get home." She paused before adding, "Sorry to cut the kiss short. It was nice." Nice? Did Emma not sense the electricity flowing between them? Or the way her soft curves fit so well against his torso? The kiss had been beyond the word nice, way beyond. How about wonderful, amazing, or spectacular? Any of those words, or all of them, would be ideal for describing their undeniable chemistry. Why did Emma not feel the same? Chapter 10. Emma. Emma rushed to the front door with Evan closely behind. Her hand trembled as she turned the knob and stepped outside. A cool evening blew some strands of hair into her eyes, which she quickly brushed back. Her eyes adjusted to the yellow glare of a street lamp lighting up the walkway leading to the garage. Emma followed the light to the edge of the lot where a black sports car was parked. As soon as Evan opened the passenger door for her, she hurried inside. Hot tears filled Emma's eyes, threatening to spill over. She bit the inside of her cheek to keep them at bay and kept her gaze on the passenger side window. Evan was silent as he got into the driver's seat and maneuvered the car through the gated apartment complex and onto the main road. With the absence of conversation, he turned on the radio to a top 40 station. Emma's thoughts swirled as she thought about what had just happened. She chided herself for ruining such a sweet moment. She and Evan had finally gotten to kiss. But while the kiss was everything she had longed for, it was also everything she had feared. All she wanted to do now was hide away and forget about the image that had flashed through her mind minutes before. The image of Evan kissing Margot's neck earlier that day, the same way he had kissed hers. The next few miles were quiet, except for the roar of the engine as Evan shifted gears to reach the freeway. Emma wished with all her heart that she also lived in Los Feliz, so she could be home sooner. But she could barely afford her own place, especially after a recent rent increase, let alone one on this side of town. At least there was little traffic on 101 North as they made the 20-minute trip to her studio in Sherman Oaks. She dreaded being around Evan for much longer. The irony of the situation made her want to cry all the more. How was she supposed to be a supportive girlfriend when she couldn't stomach kissing him? It wasn't that she didn't want to kiss him. Oh, she did. She'd been on the cusp of enjoying the moment, but no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't stop herself from getting caught up in her thoughts. All the seeds of doubt that had planted themselves in her mind had suddenly sprouted. She didn't kiss as well as the other actresses on Edenvale did. She wasn't as sexy as them. She didn't have the confidence they had. Bottom line, she wasn't good enough. Certainly not good enough for Evan Spark. Emma snuck a look his way. In the near darkness, she studied his profile, from his straight nose to his strong jaw. His hair fell over his forehead in soft waves, just the way she liked it. He stared at the road in front of him, his expression focused and thoughtful. If he was angry with her, he didn't show it. But how could he not be upset? She was the one who had urged him to kiss her, and also the one who had cut the kiss short. He had to be upset, or at least frustrated. She wanted to ask him what was on his mind, but she was also afraid to. Staring off into the distance, Emma debated with herself for the rest of the drive. No amount of reasoning, however, was enough to convince her to speak up. When they pulled up to her complex, Evan turned off the engine. They both undid their seatbelts and sat in silence for a minute. The street was quiet except for an occasional car passing through. Several windows were lit in the 2-story apartment building that was flanked on both sides by tall palm trees. A dog barked loudly in the distance. Evan turned to face her with one elbow propped against the steering wheel. His expression was partially hidden by the shadows, but his rounded shoulders revealed his weariness. When he spoke, his voice was low and unsure. "I'm sorry I disappointed you." Emma whipped her head up to meet his gaze. "What? What are you talking about?" "The kiss. Isn't that why you've been so quiet?" "Is that what you think happened?" "I don't know what else to think. Maybe the build-up of the last year was too much. After waiting so long to kiss, you were probably expecting something more, I don't know, magical. I'm sorry it didn't live up to the hype." Her jaw dropped at his admission. Boy, did he have it all wrong. "Evan, the kiss was fine," he scoffed softly. "Fine? Trust me, that's not how a guy wants to hear his girlfriend describe their first kiss." I didn't mean it in a negative way. Fine is good." "Good. Now, that's something I can work with." He leaned forward on the center console, his face lit up by the streetlight. "Tell me how I can make it better." "No, not just better. Awesome. Mind-blowing, spectacular. I can deliver as long as you tell me what to do. How can I improve my kissing skills?" Emma wanted to laugh. This was preposterous. Evan Spark wanted kissing advice from her? She'd barely kissed a handful of guys in her 26 years of life. He, on the other hand, was the one who made out with women practically every other day. Ouch. Her heart ached at the thought, while her brain tried to remind her of the context of those kisses. It was Evan's job to act out those scenes. He didn't want to kiss those other girls. He wanted to kiss her. So much so that he was worried about pleasing her. If this wasn't proof of his commitment, she didn't know what was. Emma reached over to smooth the lines creasing his forehead. The concern on his face pulled at her heartstrings. She had no choice but to wrap her arms around him. She hugged him tight and buried her face in the crook of his neck. His clean, fresh scent comforted her with its familiarity. Her whole body warmed to be near him again. He held her close and released a heavy breath. Murmuring in her ear, he stated, "We don't have to kiss if you don't want to. Hugging is good too. I just want to be near you, Em." "Me too." Emma pulled back to look him in the eyes. She could hear his intentions in the genuine tone of his voice. She loved that he was trying so hard to make their relationship work. Every part of her wanted to do the same, which meant she needed to overcome her fears and speak up. "It's not your kissing that I was hung up about. I was actually worried about mine." "Your kissing? What are you talking about? You were amazing. That was the best kiss I've ever had. I mean it." "But I'm not like the other girls on the show. They're all so gorgeous and confident and sexy. I'm nothing like them." "You're right that you're nothing like them. You don't need makeup or fancy clothes to look beautiful. You just are. I wish you could see yourself how I see you." He cradled her face with both hands. "Your heart is so full of kindness and compassion. The love in your heart for me, the people around you, and the Lord, it shines through. That's what I love about you." Emma swallowed hard. She couldn't believe Evan liked her just the way she was. She'd never experienced unconditional love before, but she had a feeling this was it. "Thanks for saying that." "It's true. And for the record," he ran the pad of his thumb along her lower lip, "you are sexy. Unbelievably sexy." Emma blushed like a fool, her cheeks blazing hot. "I guess Abby was right." "Abby? What did she say?" "She said you've probably been taking a lot of cold showers this past year." Chagrined, Evan immediately released her face and dropped his hands into his lap. "Okay, I don't know what your sister thinks of me, but I hope I'm still on her good side after a comment like that." "Don't worry, you are. You're definitely on my good side." Reaching out, she covered his hand with hers. "Thank you for being so patient with me. I'm not used to talking things out or being listened to. With Abby, she just expects me to go along with whatever she says. This is really nice." "You can talk to me any time, about anything. We won't make it if we keep things from each other. Agreed?" She bit her lower lip as she contemplated her answer. If she agreed with Evan, she'd need to come clean about her feelings regarding his kissing scenes. There's more I need to tell you about what happened earlier." "What is it?" "Seeing you and Margot today really messed with my head. I know it was fake, but the way you kissed my neck, it was like how you kissed hers." She swallowed, her mouth dry. "The image popped in my head, and I couldn't unsee it no matter how hard I tried. I'm not sure what to do about that. I know it's your job." "It is my job," he cut in. "But it's only a job. No job is worth it if it makes you feel uncomfortable. Honestly, I'm not sure what I'd do if you had to kiss someone else or make out with them on set. I know I wouldn't like it. It's not fair of me to expect you to go along with these kinds of scenes when I wouldn't want you to. Let me talk to Greg. There has to be something he can do. Some way of shooting the scenes and making them believable without the actual kissing." "No, Evan." Emma raised her voice in protest. "It's okay. You don't have to do all that for me." "It's not a have. It's a want. I want to do this." "I'll just make sure I don't ever walk onto a set you're filming on again. It's okay as long as I don't see the actual scenes." "It's not okay, Em. I want you to be proud of me and proud of my work." "I am. I am so proud of you, Evan. And not because of your job. I like you for you. Not because of what you do." "I know. He replied with a simple nod. Which gives me all the more reason to do this. You're so important to me. Like I've said before, I don't want there to be any doubts of where I stand. All right? Emma shook her head in disbelief. She couldn't believe Evan would go to all this trouble to help her feel secure. It was too much. This is crazy. What if Greg says it's not doable? We'll cross that bridge when we get to it. And so what if it's crazy? I'd rather be crazy and stand for something I believe in than scared and fall in line with everyone else. Wouldn't you? She shrugged. I wouldn't know. You're talking to Miss Never Rock the Boat. I'm not good at standing up for myself. Maybe that's one of the reasons why God brought us together. He touched the tip of her nose gently. We can help each other grow and be more well-rounded people. Isn't that what it means to be in a relationship? He held her gaze with such an intense expression her stomach did a little flip. Honestly, she didn't need to worry or be afraid. Being with Evan was one of the best things to happen to her. She could only imagine the good things God had in store for them. It sounds a little intimidating, but good, too. I'm just glad we're in this together. So am I. I wouldn't want to do life with anyone else. He turned his hand over so their palms met. Lacing his fingers with hers, Evan pulled her close. Now that we've cleared things up, do you think we could try that kiss again? Emma nodded eagerly. She closed her eyes and leaned in, tilting her head in the opposite direction of Evan's. She cleared her thoughts of any memories and images that still lingered in the corners of her mind and focused on the moment. A moment she hoped would make up for the one from earlier. Before she knew it, Evan had bridged the space between them, brushing her lips with his. The touch was so light, Emma barely registered it. She waited for him to kiss her again, but before he could claim her mouth, a phone rang. She opened her eyes as Evan groaned. He pulled his phone out of his pocket and immediately grimaced. He held it up in Emma's direction. The name Margot flashed across the screen, lighting up the interior of the car. He quickly hit the button to send the call to voicemail. I'll deal with her later. Now, where were we? Emma wanted to return to their kiss, but she couldn't shake the unsettled feeling in the pit of her stomach. Why had Margot called Evan? She wavered between not wanting to know and finding out, and finally settled on the latter. Did she leave a voicemail? She piped up, trying to keep her voice even. Do you want to see why she called? Not particularly. A sour expression crossed his face. She's already taken up enough of our time and conversation for one day. I'm not in a hurry to let her take up any more. But what if she's calling with news? Like she wants to tell you I'm getting kicked off the show. As soon as the words were out of Emma's mouth, she gasped. Her hands balled into tight fists, as if she were trying to hold on to something. In this case, her dreams. This intuitive reaction opened her eyes to how much acting really meant to her. Oh, wow. What is it? What's wrong? I finally know what I want. Thinking about actually getting kicked off of Edenvale makes me realize how much I do want to stay. I don't want to lose this job. Well, at least there's one good thing that's coming out of this mess, Evan remarked, his tone bittersweet. He reached for her hand and gave it a squeeze. I'm really glad to hear that. You're only getting started. You have so much more to show of your talent. Plus, your fan base loves you. You wouldn't want to disappoint a million teenage girls. A million? You're exaggerating. I don't have nearly that many fans. Not according to Instagram, I'm not. Her mouth fell open. What? How? When did this happen? This morning when I checked your account. I thought you knew. You're inspiring girls everywhere who love to read. They like it that Edenvale has a character like Faith who they can look up to. That's crazy, but amazing. Emma couldn't stop grinning. She loved the idea of being a positive role model for bookworms like herself. This made being an actress even more worthwhile. Her happiness faded, though, when Evan's phone beeped with a voicemail. What if... Evan held up a hand to stop her. Don't even go there. I won't let them fire you, Em. His expression sobered. I suppose we should see what Margot wants. Emma waited in anticipation as Evan hit the play button and turned on the speakerphone. Chapter 11. Evan. Evan gritted his teeth as Margot's sugary sweet voice filled the car. Evan, sweetheart, it's Margot. Get ready to pack your bags. Call me back for more details. Ta-ta. Pack your bags? Emma stared at him with wide eyes. What is she talking about? I have no idea, he replied with a sigh. The last thing he wanted was to fall into another one of Margot's traps. He questioned whether there was one trustworthy bone in her body. He still hadn't confronted nor forgiven Margot for her scheming earlier that day. He hated the hold his anger had on him, but he hated the power Margot had over Emma even more. As Emma's boyfriend, he was supposed to protect her, but he had already failed to keep Margot from wreaking havoc on their relationship. He vowed to do everything he could from now on to protect Emma. She's likely up to no good, but we're smarter now. We're not going to let her pull the wool over our eyes again. Emma didn't look so convinced. Her voice shook as she asked, Are you going to call her back? He frowned. You're not going to be able to sleep until you know what's going on, are you? It's okay if you don't want to, she quickly insisted. I'll be fine. I'm pretty tired, so I'll probably crash right away. Narrowing his eyes, Evan studied Emma's expression in the glow of the moonlight streaming in through the windshield. He could tell she was making excuses, but he was in no mood at that moment to talk to Margot. He was sure whatever news she had for him could wait. I'll talk to her on set tomorrow morning. If it was really urgent, she'd be calling. His phone rang. Again. He finished with a smirk. He checked his phone. Sure enough, it was Margot calling for the second time in a span of 2 minutes. Evan felt Emma's eyes on him, silently pleading for him to pick up the phone. I'll answer it, but don't worry, I can handle her. Emma nodded and leaned on the center console, eagerly waiting. He held the phone up to his ear and greeted Margot with a curt, Hello. Evan, there you are, Margot cooed. Did I catch you at a bad time? It's fine. What did you call for? Didn't you get my voicemail? I did. What did you mean by pack my bags? I don't have any trips planned. Guess what? Now you do. We're going to the Silicon Valley Comic-Con tomorrow night. Some guests dropped out, so Daddy was able to get us in. He called everyone to let them know, but I told him I wanted to give you the news myself. Evan's eyes widened as a surge of excitement coursed through his body. He'd been looking forward to doing one of these events ever since he started acting on Edenvale. He enjoyed every opportunity he had to meet fans and talk to them, and to be able to do it in his hometown. This was a dream come true. Are you serious? That's awesome. Will the cast be doing a Q&A panel? The main cast will. It's the 6 of us going. There's no need for anyone else to attend, especially not those playing minor parts on the show. Margot emphasized the latter part of her statement, her haughty tones saying more than she let on. They only want the leads and the executive producer, so Daddy's going as well. Got it. I'm sure it'll be good publicity. Emma cocked her head and gave him a curious look as she listened to his side of the phone call. Of course it will be, Margot replied. Fans love us, and they'll love us even more after they see the episode we shot today. The mere mention of that scene got his blood boiling again. He clenched and unclenched his free fist. Margot, we need to talk. I know about the PI you sent up to Aiden's wedding to spy on Emma and me. Emma shook her head at Evan, her eyes wide and fearful. He mouthed, "It's okay," as he tried to stay calm. The last thing he wanted was to lose his cool with Margot. What are you even talking about, Evan? Margot cackled loudly. That's the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard. I have better things to do with my time and energy. I talked to the guy myself. He had no reason to lie or make up a story like that. Please, she spat out with disdain. Listen to yourself. The claim you're making is ridiculous. Fine. If you don't want to own up to hiring a PI, you should at least admit that you were the one who planned for Emma to see us on set today. It was a low move, Margot. Again, I have no idea what you think of me. I couldn't care less if Emma saw us. All I'm concerned with is what you and I have. The fans have already given us our own couple name. Jackson plus Cammy equals Jaxme. Isn't that adorable? Evan gritted his teeth. Adorable was a word he used to describe his baby niece Sophie, not the fictional relationship his TV character was in. But there was no point in arguing with Margot or trying to talk sense into her. She believed whatever she wanted to believe. If he wanted to see change, he would need to talk to her father or find a new job. Those were his two options, and neither one would be easy. Evan decided the best thing for this moment would be to end this conversation. The less he had to listen to Margot, the better. He also wanted to reassure Emma, who hadn't been able to take her eyes off him since he answered the call. The uncertainty on her face, from the line between her brows to the downward curve of her mouth, made his heart twinge. Speaking into the phone, Evan sounded more gracious than he felt. Thanks for the info about Comic-Con, Margot. I need to go now. Good night. Wait! She called out as he was pulling the phone from his ear. There's more I didn't tell you about. Holding back a groan, Evan asked. Yes? His patience was running low, fast. If Margot didn't have something worthwhile to say, he'd have no qualms hanging up on her. What is it? Margot sighed dramatically. I don't know why you're making it seem like I dislike Emma. I'm glad she's on the show. In fact, I was talking to Daddy tonight and telling him what an awesome job she's doing. I suggested giving her more lines and maybe even making her one of the regulars on Edenvale. Not one of the main cast, mind you, but a regular member. He seemed interested in the idea. The wheels in Evan's mind were spinning a mile a minute. Why was Margot being so nice? There had to be a hidden agenda. What's in it for you, Margot? Why would you do this? You don't have to be so suspicious. Margot's voice shook with hurt. I'm your colleague, Evan, your friend. And as your friend, I care about what you care about, including the people you care about. I'm just trying to do you a favor. A favor. Favors didn't have strings attached, but Evan had a feeling Margot's did. Still, he knew the influence Margot had over her father. Mr. Everly had obviously agreed to the script change she had wanted. If it was possible for Margot to put in a good word for Emma, Evan would take it. After all, he wanted to support Emma in her career as much as she supported him in his. Lightening his tone, he thanked Margot. I appreciate it, Margot. I'm sure Emma appreciates the favor too. She really enjoys being on Edenvale. The fans love her character. All 1 million of them, right? I gave a special shout-out to her on Instagram last night and told all of my 10 million followers to show her some love. I guess plenty of them did. I hope that was okay of me to do that. Evan blinked in surprise. You did that for her? That's awesome. Thank you. It wasn't a big deal, but you're welcome. I'm all for supporting my castmates, especially the up-and-coming ones. I remember what it was like to be a small fry in Hollywood. Yeah, I'm sure you do. He rolled his eyes. Somehow Margot had conveniently forgotten the fact that with her dad in the business, she had been in the limelight since she was in diapers. Thanks again, Margot. Of course. She cleared her throat before adding, There is one thing I should mention, though, before I let you go. Alarms immediately went off in Evan's head. His body cringed at her mysterious tone. He should have known there was more to the story than she had let on. Yes? What is it? So, Daddy and I were talking tonight, and he agrees that we should play it up for the fans when we're at Comic-Con. You know how people always dress up as their favorite characters? We'd do the same, but without costumes. We could talk and act like our characters do on the show. Doesn't that sound like a spectacular idea? Evan paused, waiting for Margot to say the punchline to a bad joke. What she was suggesting actually sounded reasonable, even fun. He was sure the fans would love it if he talked and behaved like Jackson. That does sound cool. Are you talking about staying in character throughout the whole event, or just during the panel discussion? Just the panel. I don't know if any cast has done this before, so it would be amazing to really go all out for it. Yeah, sure. Let's do it. Margot squealed, her voice reaching 2 octaves higher than usual. I'm so glad you're in agreement. I'll let Daddy know then. He'll tell the rest of the cast tomorrow. Great. See you then. Good night, Margot. Good night, Evan. Evan set his phone down and immediately connected gazes with Emma. That was interesting. What did Margot say? The fear in her voice was evident. A lot of different things, but the gist of it was positive. He shared with Emma what Margot had said, with an emphasis on the good parts. He didn't want to worry Emma more than needed, but honestly, the call had gone better than he'd thought. Sure, Margot had denied any part in the scheming over the weekend and today, but Evan hadn't expected her to come clean. That wasn't Margot's style. Neither was supporting her colleagues, but Evan tried not to dwell on that thought. Maybe she's coming around and realizing she can't only watch out for herself all the time. Really? It's kind of strange, though, don't you think? She went from wanting to fire me last week to helping me get a regular role on the show? Emma frowned. People don't change that fast. I know what you're thinking. I have my doubts, too. He placed a hand on hers. But think of it this way. God can use anything he chooses, good or bad, to accomplish his purpose. It's like Joseph in the Bible. His brothers sold him into slavery, but he ended up becoming one of the most powerful rulers of Egypt. Maybe Margot doesn't have the purest of intentions, but she does have a lot of influence on her dad. This could be the big break you need, Em. Think about it. A role as a regular on Edenvale? You'd be set. No more long days waiting tables. You'd be a full-time actress doing what you love. Emma nodded eagerly. That would be a dream come true, and an answer to a prayer. I hope this works out. It will. We just need to trust the Lord. He squeezed her hand gently. I wish you didn't have to work so you could go to the convention too. It won't be as much fun without you there. It's okay. Maybe I'll get to go next year. She smiled hopefully. Anyway, Abby and Aiden are still in Fiji, so I wouldn't be able to see them even if I got to go home. You'll just need to send me lots of pictures and let me know what other stars you run into. You're going to have a great time, I know it. Thank you, babe. Bringing her hand to his mouth, he placed a kiss on her palm. I know tonight didn't go like we planned. I'll make it up to you, though. We'll do something special when I get back this weekend. Evan knew exactly what that special date would entail. It was time to pop the question and make things official with Emma. Chapter 12. Emma. Emma couldn't believe her eyes as she glanced over her new script Tuesday afternoon. She had arrived on set that morning to learn she had an extra scene for the following day. Margot had really worked her magic. Thanks to Margot's persuasive powers with her father, Emma had been promoted as a regular on Edenvale. Beginning today, Emma would take on the role of girlfriend to one of the football players. A tingle of excitement ran down Emma's back at the thought of what this meant for her. She'd have a minimum of 1 scene per episode and her name in the credits. The extra airtime would also translate to a regular income, one she could more than survive on. She couldn't wait for her agent to work out the details of her new contract. Once it was signed off on, she could quit her waitressing job and focus all her time and energy doing what she loved best. She didn't have enough words to express how grateful she was. In fact, the only 3 words she'd been praying over and over the whole day were, "Thank you, Lord." She trusted that God understood the heartfelt emotions behind them, even the ones she couldn't verbalize. Evan had been right. God could take any situation, even one that involved Margot, and turn it around. She needed to push aside her lingering doubts and trust him to work things out. A giddy feeling overcame her, and a smile spread across her face. Someone's getting excited about their promotion, teased Cassie, who was standing beside her on set. They were currently on the sidelines of the school's football field, waiting for the next scene, Emma's scene, to rehearse. I'm so happy for you, girl. You deserve it. I keep wanting to pinch myself to make sure I'm not dreaming, Emma admitted shyly. I actually haven't told my mom or sister yet, only Evan. I want to have the contract in my hands before I do. Why? You have nothing to be worried about. You've already been given the verbal offer. Cassie pointed to the script in Emma's hands. And the new script. Believe me, once the writers have a scene finalized, there's not much we can do to change it. Emma shrugged. She knew she shouldn't be so worried, but it was Hollywood they were talking about. People didn't always play fair, a lesson she'd learned all too well. It seems Margot has a lot of say in things around here. She's supposedly the one who got me this promotion, and she could just as easily have it taken away, she added with a soft sigh. Emma chided herself for her change of heart. Her emotions were all over the place today. One minute she was on top of the world, the next she was buried under a mountain of doubt. It's so hard to have faith sometimes. But you are Faith, Cassie grinned. Playing a character with that name should remind you that anything's possible. Emma couldn't help but laugh. You've got a point there. I can't believe Faith will be going to the homecoming dance with Zach, she stated, referring to her character's new storyline. Since when does one of the jocks ask a bookworm out? That is proof that anything's possible. Cassie tugged her white baseball cap down to shield her eyes from the noonday sun. Her lips twisted to the side as she faced Emma. Sorry to burst your bubble, but it's not what you think. I heard from my writer friend that Zach is only asking Faith out because the so-called mean girls dared him to. That's going to come out in an episode later on. Oh, Emma cringed. That's horrible. Why would the writers do that? It's not fair to all the young girls who watch the show who see themselves in Faith. It's almost cliché for the bookworm to get picked on. Unfortunately, it's reality. Believe me, that's why I hated high school. It's irony at its finest that I have a job that makes me relive some of the worst years of my life. Cassie placed a comforting hand on Emma's shoulder. Let's hope the writers have some heart and turn things around for Faith. But for now, you're gonna have to pretend like you have no idea what's coming. Pretend. Right. Emma nodded. She could certainly pretend. After all, that's what the show was paying her to do. But her heart hurt for what her character would be going through. She knew personally what it was like to not be able to trust people fully. She supposed she could use the information Cassie had shared with her to better portray Faith's internal struggle. It wouldn't be hard when she had her own mean girl, aka Margot, to stand up against. I should have known this role wasn't going to be all roses and sunshine. It may not be what you pictured, but I'm still glad Margot got you on the show as a regular. This will look great on your resume. But work aside, I like being able to hang out with you more on set. Emma returned Cassie's smile. Same here. This whole experience has been amazing, from making new friends like you to working with all these talented people. Speaking of, do you know the guy who will be playing my soon-to-be boyfriend? What's he like? Well, his name is Zach, just like his characters. He's a cool guy, not to mention tall, dark, and handsome. He kind of looks like Evan from the back. There's been a few times when people have mistaken them for each other. Oh yeah? But that should make it easier for you to pretend to like him. Cassie's joke made Emma pause. She had some reservations about playing someone's girlfriend, partly because she'd never played one before, but mostly because of her relationship with Evan. She would never want to do anything that would make him uncomfortable. It was good she had her no-kissing clause to fall back on. Speaking of, there's Zach. Cassie nodded toward a guy leaving the field where half a dozen actors dressed as football players were taking a break from rehearsing a scene. He's coming over. Zach approached them, wearing a green jersey with white football pants. He took his helmet off and shook out his head of dark brown hair. Emma could understand how people might mistake Zach for Evan. They were of a similar height with the same broad shoulders and charming smile. The only major differences were in the eyes and nose. Zach's were blue compared to Evan's brown, and his nose more prominent. He strode up to Emma with an outstretched hand. "Hi, Emma, is it? I'm Zach. I hear we'll be working together a lot." Emma shook his large hand and gave him a friendly smile. "Yes, that's me. It's nice to meet you." "I'm sure I won't have any problems imagining you as my girlfriend. You're definitely Zach's type." That's good to know." Was he flirting with her? His playful tone made Emma wonder if he meant Zach, the fictional character, or himself. "I appreciate you coming over to introduce yourself. I wasn't sure who you were from looking at the script. It's nice to have a face to go with the name." "You betcha. Hey, if you like, I'd be happy to grab a bite with you after we wrap up, or maybe some coffee. It'll give us a chance to break the ice with each other so it won't be so awkward when we act out our scenes. What do you say?" Emma noticed Cassie's brows shoot up in surprise. She herself was having a hard time keeping her composure. She and Evan had never talked about the logistics of what to do if she got asked out by another guy, something she'd never imagined happening. Perhaps she could decline his invitation without revealing too much. "That sounds nice, but I'm kind of seeing someone." He cracked a smile. "This is for work purposes. I'm not asking you out on an official date. Not right this minute." Her cheeks heated as she squirmed under the gaze of Zach's baby blues. Great. She had totally made herself look foolish. Of course," she spluttered. "I knew that. Yeah, coffee would be fine." "Cool. I'll find you later then." Zach acknowledged Cassie with a nod before placing his helmet on and running back to the field. Emma groaned as soon as Zach was out of earshot. She gave Cassie a pained look. "I don't know why I jumped to conclusions like that. Please tell me that didn't sound as bad as I think it did." Cassie chuckled. "It didn't, really. It was a perfectly understandable response to give. It did sound like he was asking you out on a date, especially with the way he was checking you out." What? He was not," Emma protested. She tugged the hem of her crop-top sweater down over her belly button, wishing today's costume covered more skin. Both she and her character usually wore more conservative clothing, so she was feeling a bit out of her element. "It's this outfit. It's asking for attention." "Well, you got it. He was staring at you the whole time and barely acknowledged my existence. Can't blame him, though. My t-shirt and sweats don't exactly scream, 'Look at me!'" She smirked. "It's all good, though. I make it a point to not date anyone from work. I like to keep my personal and professional lives separate. But hey, that's just me. You and Evan have no problems mixing it up." "I wouldn't say no problems, but I suppose we've been doing okay." Emma was thankful the past year had been smooth sailing for her and Evan, but maybe it had been too much so. Their honeymoon period had definitely ended recently, and it didn't look like things would be calming down anytime soon. Emma still couldn't shake the worry that Margot's call from last night had brought on. She wanted to trust that Margot had helped her, both on social media and on the show, out of the kindness of her heart, but she knew Margot's heart was conflicted. Emma wouldn't be surprised at all if she was still trying to win Evan over, and the thought of them going on a trip together for the rest of this week made Emma want to lose her lunch. Even the fact that there would be other people from Edenvale at the convention provided little comfort. Emma wished more than anything she could be at Comic-Con with Evan. "You okay?" Cassie looked at her with concern. "Do you need to sit down?" Emma blinked and refocused her attention. She really needed to stop stressing out about things she couldn't control. "Let go and let God," she repeated to herself. The heaviness in the pit of her stomach didn't go away, but it eased a little. "I'm fine, just thinking too much. I haven't heard from Evan all day since he landed in San Jose. He hasn't returned any of my texts." "He's probably super busy. Didn't you say he has family up there?" "Yeah, he does. All of his brothers live in the Bay Area. He's got a nephew and a new niece, too, that he's hoping to visit while he's there." "Well, there you go. Between the convention and seeing his family, he's got his hands full. I'm sure he'll call when he gets the chance. You could always check Comic-Con's social media links. They usually give updates on each day's agenda and post pictures of all the celebrity panels. That's a great idea! Emma beamed at Cassie. Why didn't I think of that? Well, they don't pay me the big bucks around here for nothing. Cassie winked before her eyes went wide. Oh man, I forgot to order a prop. I gotta run. See you later, Emma. Emma watched her friend run off toward one of the trailers. She said a quick prayer for Cassie that she'd be able to accomplish her task, then fished her phone from her pocket. She was in the middle of opening her Instagram app when her phone rang. It was her agent calling, no doubt with details of her new contract. Her pulse picked up speed as she answered. Hi, Molly. How are you? I'm fine, dear. The older woman spoke in her usual no-nonsense tone of voice. Not one for small talk, Molly dove right into the issue at hand. So first things first, would you like to hear the good news or bad news? But bad news? Did they take the offer back? No, they still want you. As a matter of fact, they want you so much they're willing to start you off at 30. 30? Her tone sounded as deflated as she felt. She didn't mean to be ungrateful, but the number was much lower than she had hoped for. Do you mean $30 per hour? Molly roared with laughter, unable to speak for a minute. When she finally recovered, she exclaimed, Emma, this is primetime TV we're talking about. Try $30,000 per episode. I'm a much better negotiator than you give me credit for. Emma's head spun. She couldn't even comprehend having that much money, let alone be earning it nearly every week. I don't know what to say. It's so much more than I could have ever asked for. Thank you, Molly. No thank you is necessary. It wasn't me. They were ready to make an offer you couldn't refuse. Edenvale is the hottest show out there, so they have deep pockets. But honestly, you're getting paid peanuts compared to the main cast. It doesn't matter. I happen to like peanuts, she added with a giggle. This is amazing! I can pay off my student loan, quit my waitressing job, and have money left over. Hold on a sec, that was the good news. After a moment's pause, Molly continued. Here's the bad. They want you to take out your no-kissing clause. I got them to agree to no bedroom scenes, but they need Faith to kiss the character she'll be dating. I'm sorry, Emma, but those are the terms. You have until tomorrow morning to decide. And with those words, Emma felt all the joy from a moment ago being wrung from her body. What was she supposed to do now? Chapter 13. Evan. Evan felt a rush of adrenaline as he stood backstage in the large auditorium of the San Jose Convention Center. He heard the crowd cheer and yelp when the panel's host announced his fellow actors' names before they rushed to their seats. Even though they had taken an early flight back up to the Bay Area that morning, he was still wide-eyed and energetic. That's what these events did for him. Seeing the fans, especially those dressed in Edenvale merch, gave him a thrill like no other. He couldn't wait to get out onto the stage and start answering questions. He wished with all his heart that Emma were here to see this. He was sure she'd be blown away to be part of such a reception. Her text to him today already revealed her excitement about being offered a regular role on Edenvale. He couldn't wait to call her after this session to congratulate her. Assuming his phone's battery would last until then. He had drained nearly all of it on the flight up, browsing through pages of engagement rings. He'd only had time to send Emma a brief text to let her know he'd arrived before shutting off the phone to conserve its battery. When the host called out, "Let's give it up for Evan Spark, Edenvale's sexiest heartthrob and resident bad boy." Evan ran in the direction of the bright lights. A long table decorated with a black tablecloth, microphones, name cards, and bottles of water stood in the center of the stage. Large floor-to-ceiling screens hung on either side of the table, giving the audience a zoomed-in view of the panel guests. Evan took a seat in the last empty chair right beside Margot, who was wearing a low-cut red dress. She leaned over to give him a hug. "Don't forget, we're doing this panel in character," she whispered into his ear as she held him close for an extra beat. "Have fun with it. I'm going to." "Got it," Evan answered her quickly. He pulled away before the pungent smell of her perfume made his eyes water, but also to put some distance between them. It didn't seem right to be acting without cameras around, especially when there were hundreds of eyes watching their every move. Make that thousands. Only a percentage of those who had bought Comic-Con tickets were present, but there were more people packed into this auditorium than he had ever seen in one place before. He estimated there were close to 10,000 fans filling the seats before them, with dozens more standing at the back of the room. The applause in the room was deafening. He waved to all the people, both male and female, younger and older, cheering for him. He could already tell these were die-hard supporters of the show. After the applause died down, the panel started off with questions directed at Margot's father, who was seated at the far end of the table. The host, a brunette in her 30s, had obviously done her homework in coming up with relevant topics to discuss. She brought up Edenvale's past storylines and asked what fans could expect for this new season. Mr. Everly answered each question thoughtfully, showing an obvious passion for the show with each excited hand gesture. Evan had great respect for him as an executive producer. If only Margot didn't have so much influence over his decisions. Speaking of Margot, Evan had been keeping a careful eye on her ever since she took the seat next to his on the plane. So far, she had been acting professionally and treating him like any one of their colleagues. Best of all, it seemed like she had changed her opinion about Emma, even going so far as to give her another shout-out on social media that morning. While he couldn't help but be wary of Margot's intentions, he tried to give her the benefit of the doubt. He wasn't going to let anything, least of all his suspicions, get in the way of him enjoying this convention. The first half of the panel discussion featuring Mr. Everly soon ended. The remaining 45 minutes was a Q&A session with the cast. This was the moment Evan had been waiting all day for. He took a sip of his bottled water as the first fan spoke into the designated microphone set up at the edge of the stage. "Hi, I'm Nora." The teenager blushed furiously as she fiddled with the hem of her Edenvale t-shirt. My question is for Evan." "Hey, Nora." Evan greeted her with a flirty wink as he got into character. He undid another button along the front of his crisp white shirt to reveal more of his tan chest. "What's on your mind, beautiful?" Nora's eyes grew wide with surprise. So I was surprised to see Jackson turn into a bad boy at the end of last season. How do you like your new storyline?" "I'm loving it. I was getting tired of being perfect all the time. The real question is whether or not you like the new me." Nora giggled. "Of course I like you. All the girls do," she added before a chorus of high-pitched voices screamed out, "We love you." "I love you too." Evan grinned, the smile as genuine as the excitement coursing through his veins. Margot had been right. The fans loved seeing him in his role as Jackson. Deciding to play it up, he blew a kiss to the audience, causing the women to scream. Another fan, this time a young man, stepped up to the microphone. He pushed up his glasses onto the bridge of his nose as he introduced himself. "Hi, I'm Oliver. I'm a big fan of Edenvale. I can't believe I'm actually talking to you guys." A couple of the actors on the panel called out, "Hey, Oliver!" and "Thanks for watching the show." Oliver smiled shyly. "My question is for Margot." "Yes, what is it, Ollie?" Margot asked in a sugary, sweet voice that her character was known for. "Ask me anything." "You've played a lot of different roles in your career. How does this show compare to the other shows you've been on?" "Oh, sweetie, no other show even comes close to my experience here. I met the love of my life on Edenvale. Isn't that right, babe?" Margot sidled up to Evan's side. She grabbed his arm and addressed the crowd. "Sorry, ladies, but he's mine, all mine." Evan tried not to flinch at her touch, but it was almost an involuntary reaction. He reminded himself that they were merely acting, a thought that helped him relax. With the fans eating up their role-playing, he wanted nothing more than to deliver a stellar performance. He wrapped his arm around the back of Margot's chair and gave her a longing look. 100%. There's no one else for me." "There's no one else for me either," Margot gushed. She walked her perfectly manicured fingers along his arm to his shoulder and up the back of his neck. With her fingers splayed in his hair, she played with the strands at the nape of his neck. "These past couple of weeks of us being together have been the happiest time of my life." Evan traced a finger down the side of her cheek. "Mine too." Margot's eyes lit up as she regarded him. She then leaned in until her chest was pressed against his and her warm breath caressed his lips. Without hesitation, she planted her mouth on his and kissed him. Hard. Evan barely had time to register what was happening. All he heard was a collective gasp resound in the auditorium, followed by loud hoots and hollers. Bright flashes of light went off all around them as fans from all corners of the room caught the moment on camera. "Yoo-hoo!" the host called out. "Is there something you guys want to tell us? Margot, Evan, how about you, Mr. Everly? Can you give us the 411 on your daughter and her new beau?" The words "new beau" caused Evan to jerk himself out of Margot's embrace. He caught his breath, his chest heaving from both shock and indignation. The situation had gotten out of hand. It was one thing for them to stay in character, but kissing like this was crossing the line, especially in the presence of Margot's father. Evan was surprised to see Mr. Everly looking calm and collected. If the situation were reversed, Evan wouldn't be so forgiving with the guy locking lips with his daughter. Mr. Everly actually smiled as he gave Evan a thumbs up. "You've seen these two on the show? They have amazing chemistry on and off the screen. Margot sure knows how to pick 'em. I couldn't have chosen anyone better for her." Evan's heart pounded so hard, the sound echoed in his ears. He couldn't believe this was happening. He was about to question Margot and her dad's sanity when he felt a hand grip his. Margot gave him a look that spoke 1,000 words as she pressed her nails into his palm. With her eyes narrowed, she issued him a silent challenge. She didn't need to say a word for him to understand what she was thinking. He had a choice: go along with the ruse or give it up and jeopardize Emma's role on the show. He swallowed hard as he realized he had to keep his mouth shut. Emma meant so much to him. He would never do anything to put her dreams at risk. "So, is it true? Are the two of you dating?" The host seemed to have a hard time believing the claim. Evan didn't blame her. He was having difficulty wrapping his head around the idea, too. "How long has this been going on?" "Not long at all. It kind of hit us out of the blue like a freight train," Evan deadpanned. "Honestly, I'm still getting used to the idea." "A freight train?" Margot remarked with humor as she hit him playfully on the arm. "Isn't he precious? It was actually more like lightning for me. The first time we kissed on set, something happened. It was like a spark ignited between us, one that we haven't been able to extinguish since. I have to thank our awesome writers for bringing us together." The host nodded readily. "It's like what Oscar Wilde said, life imitates art. How cool is this? Now I'm curious, are there any other real-life couples who met on the set of Edenvale?" Evan wanted to scream out, "Yes, me and Emma." But he clenched his jaw tight. For Emma's sake, he needed to pick his battles. That was the only way to win the war. The audience's focus shifted to the other actors and actresses on the panel as they began sharing about their experiences. Evan was thankful for the reprieve. As much as he loved being in the spotlight, he didn't want any more attention on this fake relationship than necessary. Margot, however, couldn't seem to get enough. She had scooted her chair closer to Evan's and was now sitting so close their legs touched. A few minutes later, she made herself at home in his lap. She sat this way for the rest of the session, her arms wrapped around his neck. Meanwhile, Evan held himself as still as a statue, praying for the minutes to pass by quickly. He couldn't wait for the panel to be over so he could talk to Margot in private. As soon as they headed backstage, Evan pinned Margot with a glare. Before he could say a word, though, Mr. Everly walked over and gave him a hearty slap on the back. "Brilliant acting, both of you. What a great publicity stunt." Margot beamed. "I told you it would work, Daddy." "You did, Pumpkin. I have a feeling Edenvale will be trending in no time." This is just what we need to send our ratings through the roof. I can hear the cha-chings already," he added as he cocked his head to the side. "Hear what, sir?" Evan asked, confused. "The sound of money rolling in. I'm heading back to the hotel to make some calls. This is one story we want the Paps to hear about first." Evan shook his head in disbelief as he watched Mr. Everly walk away. As soon as everyone else was out of earshot, Evan confronted Margot. "I didn't sign up for this ruse, Margot, or to be blackmailed. I don't appreciate being used." "But you do appreciate me helping Emma out, don't you?" she smirked, taking a moment to inspect her nails. "Just think of it as a trade-off. I help you, you help me. It's a win-win situation as far as I'm concerned." "How does a rumor about us dating help you?" "Why do you think? Fans love seeing us together. It helps boost my social media presence. Speaking of, I hope someone got a good photo of us." Margot whipped out her phone from her pocket and swiped it open. Her eyes grew wide as she stared at the screen. She turned it around to face Evan. "And there we are. Not a bad shot if I do say so myself." Evan's stomach turned. There, in all its glory, on one of the tabloid sites was a photo of him and Margot kissing. It looked real. Too real. Especially with the headline, "Edenvale's real-life couple," in big, bold letters next to it. He had to reach Emma before she freaked out when she saw this news, if she hadn't already. Chapter 14. Emma. Emma couldn't believe her eyes. The hair on the back of her neck stood up as she realized she was being watched. It was one thing to have a TV audience, but a whole different matter to have the paparazzi stalking her at a cafe. She snuck a peek out of the corner of her eye, all the while trying to pay attention to Zach, who was seated beside her in their U-shaped booth. They had driven about a mile from the Edenvale set to a nearby coffee shop after work had wrapped up. Over the past half an hour, Zach had filled the time by sharing the story of his entire acting career. Already tired from a long day, Emma had a hard time following the conversation. She found herself smiling and nodding along politely, hoping Zach didn't quiz her on the specifics later. Only when she had spotted the small crowd of photographers outside did she become more alert and aware of her surroundings. "Sorry to interrupt you, Zach, but do you see those guys outside? They're taking pictures of us." "Oh, yeah?" Zach not only turned toward the window, he also waved at the men. He grinned, showing off 2 rows of perfectly straight white teeth. "They probably hang around this place waiting for Edenvale actors to show up. Well, today's their lucky day. They've got 2 of the show's brightest up-and-coming stars to watch." Emma winced. "You don't mind all these eyes on you?" "Of course not. This is a sign we've arrived. The Paps only follow those worth following." He narrowed his blue eyes at her. "Come on, Em. I can call you Em, right?" Sure." Zach leaned over to rest his arm along the back of the red vinyl booth. He gave her shoulder a few soft taps. "Let's face it, Em. There are 2 sides to acting. You've got the performance part of it, then there's the marketing side of it. This," he nodded at the long camera lenses aimed in their direction, "is free marketing. All we have to do is smile and let them take a few photos. We'll be front page news in no time." I'm not sure I want to be front page news," Emma stammered, suddenly feeling very out of her element. Zach was now slowly drawing circles on her arm, near the short sleeve of her white peplum top. An unsettling chill ran down her back to have another man besides Evan touching her. She drew back out of Zach's reach and pretended to search for her phone in her purse. "Excuse me for a second. I think I got a text. It might be my agent." "No problem." Zach didn't seem to mind Emma's attention shifting. He was too busy smiling at the cameras outside to notice what she was doing. "I'll keep them busy." Emma had to stop herself from rolling her eyes. It was funny how much Zach looked like Evan, but he was nothing like him. Sure, both guys had natural charisma, but while Evan was genuine, down-to-earth, and sweet, Zach was everything but. Her chest tightened just thinking about Evan. He hadn't even been gone for a day, but she missed him so much already. She longed to hear his voice and ask his opinion about her no-kissing clause. She would have settled for a short text letting her know he was thinking about her, but there was nothing. Not even one new notification on her phone. Evan's lack of communication was starting to worry her. Was he having so much fun that he had forgotten about her? The possibility seemed preposterous, but was it? Evan was the hottest guy on Edenvale, not to mention primetime TV. Women screamed his name every time he stepped onto a stage. Emma was sure Comic-Con was no different. Then there was Margot. The memory of her with her hands all over Evan flashed through Emma's mind. She still couldn't unsee that image. What if she never could? Or worse, she happened to walk onto another one of Evan's sets when he was shooting a scene like that one. Knowing that she might have to remove the no-kissing clause from her contract, she doubted that Evan would be able to add one to his. Unfortunately, this was something they would both need to accept if they wanted to work in Hollywood. Emma massaged her temples, feeling the throbbing pain of a headache setting in. She had never considered the occupational hazards of dating an actor before. She thought working on the same show as Evan would be fun and make life easier, that they'd have similar working hours and understand everything the other person was going through on the job. Not that they'd be dealing with a jealous colleague and trying to avoid seeing each other on set, or having to deal with trust issues. She hated dealing with trust issues. All Emma wanted was to feel secure in a relationship, but here she was, hardly a day apart from Evan, and questioning everything she thought she believed. Old habits certainly died hard. "Are you feeling okay, Em?" She looked up and saw Zach eyeing her with concern. His handsome face was marred temporarily by the lines on his forehead. Maybe he wasn't so caught up in his own world after all, if he had noticed her discomfort. "It's just a small headache. I'll be fine." Zach's eyes brightened. "I know all about those. You're like me. You carry your tension in your neck and shoulders. I can tell by the way you hold yourself." Emma blinked in surprise. You don't look tense at all." "That's because I do acupressure right when the headache starts. Works every time." "Acupressure? Is that like acupuncture?" She shivered as a wave of fear washed over her. "I hate needles." He burst out laughing. "Yes, but no. There are no needles involved. Here, let me show you how it's done. Give me your hand." Emma glanced at his outstretched hand, hesitating for a moment as she debated how to respond. She couldn't believe she was questioning Zach's motives, but with everything that had happened recently, she couldn't help but be suspicious. Okay, make that paranoid. She was sure she was making a bigger deal out of this offer than necessary. Zach was turning out to be a nice enough guy, and they were merely colleagues hanging out. This was not a date, and he was not trying to hold her hand. She bit back a laugh at how silly she sounded in her own head, then placed her hand in his. "This is the Union Valley." Zach pointed to a spot on the web of her hand, located between her thumb and index finger. He used his own thumb and index finger to pinch the area with a firm but gentle pressure. "Now you hold it for 10 seconds. 10, 9, 8. The soothing sound of Zach's voice, along with the warmth of his hand, immediately eased Emma's concerns. She counted down with him, glad to have something to focus on besides the worries weighing down her mind or the paparazzi outside the window. 4, 3, 2, 1. Now we massage the pressure point. Using his thumb, Zach made small circles in the same spot, first in one direction, then the opposite. He counted quietly under his breath for a total of 20 seconds. "How's that feel?" "I think it's helping. Thank you so much." "No problem at all." Zach flashed a bright smile her way, giving her hand a squeeze before letting it go. "We newbies need to watch out for each other. It's a tough world, this place called Hollywood. We face so many pressures from the long days on set to people watching us off the set, not to mention having thousands of fans following our every move. Can you believe I got over 4,000 likes for a picture of my salad that I posted yesterday? Actually, I can. Emma laughed along with Zach, their eyes meeting in mutual understanding. Ever since I reached 1 million followers, my likes have tripled. Even my random post about the cookie I dropped on the floor got close to 8,000. It's crazy. You dropped a cookie? Now that's tragic. He joked, his blue eyes sparkling. No wonder you got all that social media love. I guess it makes sense when you put it that way. Emma grinned. Even if Zach's acupressure skills hadn't completely erased her headache, his light-hearted conversation sure was helping. It felt good to talk to someone who understood her figurative aches and pains when it came to the industry they were in. She released a long breath as she stretched her neck from side to side. As soon as she got home, she'd soak in a hot bath and read the night away. She was sure some quiet time was all she'd need to relax. That and a phone call from Evan. Is your neck still bothering you? Zach asked. Here, let me try one more thing. Turn around for a sec. Turn around? Yep. He used his index finger to make a turning motion. There are 2 points on the back of your neck called the gates of consciousness. When you apply pressure there, it's like magic. Come on, I'll show you. Don't worry, I'm not a vampire, Em. I won't bite, he added with a chuckle. All right. Emma turned around and brushed her long hair to one side. From this angle, the window was now behind her, and she no longer had a view of the paparazzi. Directly in front of her was the barista counter with its shiny metallic espresso machines and a glass case full of pastries. A large, colorful mural took up the wall behind the counter, painted with roses and tulips and hanging vines. She inhaled deeply, taking in the beautiful scene along with the rich aroma of freshly brewed coffee. When Zach placed 2 fingers on the base of her head, Emma tensed a little from his touch. But as soon as he began pressing upwards, she felt immediate relief. The ache in her head eased as he repeated this motion several times. It's working, Zach. My headache's going away. Good to hear. Let me do your shoulders, too. He moved his hands to her shoulders, moving his thumbs in circular motions to apply pressure. You'll be as good as new after this. Emma had a feeling he was right. The massage was so good she let out a breathy sigh. Her eyes closed as she gave in to her exhaustion. If she wasn't careful, she'd fall asleep right there in the booth. She decided for both their sakes it was time to go. She didn't want to take advantage of Zach's kindness, and she needed to go home and rest. Opening her eyes, she turned around to face him. Thank you so much, Zach. You're so sweet. I think I'm good now. No problem. The pleasure was all mine, he stated with a charming smile as he brought a hand to her face. He brushed a wayward strand of hair off her cheek and tucked it behind her ear. We've got definite chemistry. Since we'll be dating on set soon, maybe we could think about dating for reals. Dating for reals? Emma's jaw dropped. Had she heard him right? I don't think so. I told you I'm already seeing someone. Zach shrugged as if her words held no weight. No one has to know. You keep your other relationship a secret, don't you? Yes, but it's complicated. We do it because we don't want paparazzi all over us, not because we want to hide it. We have a committed relationship. Zach quirked an eyebrow. That's not what I heard from Margot. Margot? A wave of shock and anger washed over Emma. She should have known Margot was somehow connected to this. What did Margot tell you? She said you were seeing someone, but it wasn't serious, and you'd probably go out with me if I asked. Did Margot put you up to this? He held up both hands with chagrin written all over his face. Not exactly. Don't take this the wrong way, but she said she'd get me more lines if I did her a favor. I had to get you to go out with me, which, to be honest, wasn't a bad deal for me. I had already seen you around on set and thought you were hot. Then when I found out we were going to be boyfriend and girlfriend on the show, I had the perfect reason to talk to you. Believe me, Emma, I would have asked you out, even without Margot's favor. That's, nice of you to say so, but I'm really happy with my boyfriend, Emma stated firmly. I hope you understand. Yeah, I get it. Zach's face fell, but brightened after a moment. He glanced out the window and gave a satisfied nod. At least I'll get some exposure from hanging out with you. You said you have 1 million followers, right? It'd be great if you could tag me in any photos of us that get posted online. Emma winced as her headache came back full force. She suddenly realized her mistake. How foolish was she to be sitting in clear view of all the cameras outside? She should have changed tables or at least not been sitting so closely to Zach. And most of all, not agreed to have Zach massage her. She immediately scooted back to put some distance between the two of them. This was exactly the kind of questionable photo the paparazzi were looking for. Moreover, she didn't know what she was more upset about, that Margot was still twisting the truth to fit her needs, or that she had been so naive to believe Margot had actually wanted to help her. Probably the latter. Emma berated herself for being so trusting. She should have seen through Margot's sugar-coated lies. The glint of metal outside the window caught her eye. She turned to see several cars pulling up to the cafe and more men gathering outside on the sidewalk. Their cameras were trained on her and Zach, watching their every move. Emma grabbed her purse and stood up. She said an earnest prayer, because Lord help her, she was about to do something crazy. If the paparazzi wanted front-page news, she'd give it to them. It was about time to tell the truth. Chapter 15. Evan. Evan had just plugged his phone into its charger when a loud knock sounded on his hotel room door. He sighed and set the phone down on the bedside table. Part of him wanted to ignore whoever was at the door, but he knew he was technically still on the job. The Edenvale cast was taking a short break after their panel session and were due back at the convention center in an hour to sign autographs. Evan wondered if there had been a change in plans. He strode across the room and quickly swung the door open. Margot stood in the doorway, her complexion as red as her dress. Without hesitation, she charged past Evan, stomping her heels into the plush cream carpet. Her blonde hair flew off her shoulders when she spun around to face him. "You don't really care about the show, do you, Evan? You and your little girlfriend have gone and messed everything up. We had an agreement." Evan's brows rose at her huffy entrance and the strong whiff of perfume flooding his senses. He let the door close as he held up both palms in a gesture of peace. Whatever had Margot worked up must have been something major, because she looked like she was about to cry. He had never seen her look so vulnerable. Whoa, back up, Margot. I have no idea what you're talking about. What happened? She slumped down onto the queen-size bed in the middle of the room. Her mouth turned downward as her lips began to quiver. "Emma happened, that's what! She went to the paparazzi and spilled everything to them. Now the fans are turning on me, and Daddy says I've not only ruined the show, but his reputation too. How could you do this to me, Evan? After all we've been through?" Evan shook his head in wonder. He heard Margot's explanation, but he still wasn't understanding it. Was she talking about Emma Deeren? His sweet, unassuming Emma? He couldn't imagine her putting herself in the spotlight, much less shaking things up like that. "What do you mean Emma spilled everything? What did she say?" Margot's eyes widened as she scoffed. "Are you not listening to me? I said Emma told them everything. How I had the writers add in more makeout scenes for us, how I wanted to have her fired, how I hired a PI to spy on you. Everything. And she made it sound like I hate her. I don't hate her, I just don't like the idea of having to share you with her. She's—" "Margot," Evan barked. "There is no sharing me. What we do on screen isn't real." He couldn't believe he was still trying to get this point across to Margot. He wondered how many times he'd need to state this fact for it to sink in. He soon realized, however, that he was wasting his breath. Margot was still droning on, muttering to herself about the unfairness of the situation. She was now lying on the bed with her eyes closed and one hand thrown dramatically over her forehead. Evan released a heavy breath. His arms crossed over his chest. If what Margot was saying was true, Emma had rocked the boat big time. He wondered what had pushed her to speak up, and what she hoped to accomplish by going to the paparazzi. This was a daring but risky move. Why would she jeopardize her promotion like this? A loud sigh from Margot broke his train of thought. Evan stared down at her as a flicker of compassion coursed through him. Even though Margot was responsible for the aches and pains he and Emma had been going through recently, he still felt for her. He wasn't sure if she'd ever known unconditional love or the peace of Christ. From what he knew of her life, a lot of her security came from money and social standing. Margot's world was a tricky one to navigate, and he didn't envy her for it, despite all the perks she had. A Bible verse from the book of Proverbs about giving one's enemy food to eat and water to drink crossed his mind. Evan decided he'd rather show grace to Margot. He took a seat beside her on the bed, careful to keep his distance. With a softer tone, he assured her, "Look, Margot, I want what's best for the show as much as you do. I know Emma does too." Margot opened her eyes and glared at him. She didn't need to say a word for him to know she didn't agree with his assessment. "You may not agree, but Emma's the sweetest girl I know. For her to speak up to the paparazzi, I can't even believe she'd talk to them in the first place. But if she did, she had a good reason for doing so. She'd never wish harm on anyone. Unlike some people in this room," Evan wanted to add, but he held his tongue. He needed to stick to the facts, and the fact was that he needed to do some damage control. He had a feeling Margot's vulnerable moment had passed. The daggers she was shooting from her eyes were definitely targeted at him. Thank the Lord Emma was hundreds of miles away from Margot at the moment, but he knew her job was still on the line. "Let me talk to the press. We can turn this around. Our fans love the show. They love you. I'm sure all of this will die down in a matter of days. As soon as one of the A-list celebrities gets spotted around town without any makeup on, you'll be old news. Old in a good way, mind you," he quickly added before Margot could protest. "You know how finicky the press can be." She quirked a brow as she turned onto her side. With a graceful motion, she sat up and smoothed her hair into place. "You're sweet, Evan. I'll give you that. You know just the thing to say to a girl to cheer her up. I hope for Emma's sake that you're right and that she comes to her senses soon. I'd hate to see her leave the show, especially now that she's a regular cast member." "I know I'm right. You'll see." "I just hope Daddy is as forgiving as I am." Margot pursed her mouth, giving him a knowing look. "He doesn't take very well to liars." Evan smirked. "Emma didn't lie. What she told the Paps was true." Margot continued speaking as if she hadn't heard him. "It does seem like she's excited about her new storyline, though. You know, the one where she gets to date one of the hot football players. She has her first kissing scene with him next week." Evan's jaw dropped. "Kissing scene? But Emma has a no-kissing clause in her contract. The producers are aware of that." "Oh, she didn't tell you? She's dropping the clause in order to keep her promotion. She probably decided it wasn't a big deal when she heard she'd be kissing Zach. Everyone on set's always talking about how much he looks like you. She obviously thinks so too with how comfortable she is around him. The pictures sure prove it." Evan's entire body tensed. Margot's tone may have been nonchalant, but her expression was anything but. The sly smile on her face spoke volumes. Evan almost didn't want to ask his next question, but he knew he had to. "What pictures are you talking about?" "Check your feeds. They're all over the web. Edenvale is totally trending right now." Evan eyed Margot suspiciously. He didn't want to believe a word she was saying, but his curiosity was getting the best of him. If Margot had so-called proof, he wanted to see it for himself. There was also a part of him that needed to prove she was wrong. He was tired of her games. He couldn't let her get the last word again. As much as he hated reading the tabloids, he knew this was one time he needed to. With a heavy heart, he unplugged his phone and turned it back on. The battery bar was now green and more than halfway charged. He opened up a browser and did a search for Emma's name. He expected to see her Wikipedia page pop up first, which it did, but below that was an article titled, "Edenvale's newest couple packs on the PDA," and a thumbnail photo of a man and a woman with a familiar head of beautiful red hair. His heart rate sped up as he clicked on the link. The picture that appeared made his limbs grow cold. There was Emma and their colleague Zach sitting closely together in what appeared to be a cafe. Seeing Zach with his hands on Emma's shoulders was hard enough to swallow, but the way Emma was looking over her shoulder at him made Evan's insides twist. She was smiling at Zach the way she smiled at him, with adoration in her eyes. His chest ached. He didn't want to believe Emma would go out with another guy behind his back, but he couldn't deny what the photo showed. He slipped the phone into his back pocket, trying desperately to rein in his emotions. "She's not so sweet now, is she?" Margot drawled. She placed a hand on Evan's arm and gave him a sad smile. "I'm sorry you had to find out like this, but it's better to know the truth than to be kept in the dark. It's not a healthy relationship when you can't even trust the other person to be faithful. You've only been out of town for what, a day? She sure moved on quick." Evan gritted his teeth so hard his jaw hurt. This couldn't be true. Emma wouldn't cheat on him. He rose to his feet and began pacing the room, from the large window on one end to the door on the other and back again. At the window, he paused to look out at the view of the setting sun. From his vantage point on the 4th floor, the convention center across the street looked like a toy building standing against an orange-streaked sky. The sight was beautiful to behold, despite the turmoil he felt inside. He wished he could rewind time and go back to the night before when he was looking at another sunset with Emma by his side. How had things turned upside down within a matter of 24 hours? 2 arms suddenly came up around his waist, wrapping him in a tight embrace. His body stiffened as Margot ran her hands along the planes of his chest, and she laid her cheek on his back. He clasped her hands and brought them down in one swift motion. "Margot, please, stop." She held on to one of his hands as she stepped forward to stand by his side. In a sultry voice, she cooed, "It's okay, Evan. I know you're hurting, but I can help you feel better." Evan balked. What had he been thinking letting Margot into his room? He should have known better than to be alone with her. He shook off her hand and took a big step away from her. "We're not filming a scene, Margot. This is not happening. I'm only saying this one more time. There is nothing going on between us. I'm with Emma. She is the only woman I love. You need to leave, now." Her expression hardened as if she had turned to stone. She scoffed, her chin lifted high and eyes narrowed. "As you wish. Don't say I didn't warn you." Evan rolled his eyes. He'd had enough of her threats. He strode to the door, deciding it would be faster if he ushered her out. "Let me show you out." She skulked across the room until she reached his side. With a glint in her eyes, she poked a finger at his torso. "You're so tense, Evan. You need to loosen up a bit, have some fun. Don't forget, you're America's sexiest heartthrob. Own up to your title." With those last words, she quickly undid a button along the front of his shirt, then leaned in to press her mouth on his cheek. Evan turned his head to the side, cutting off their contact. He was now beyond eager for Margot to leave. He quickly swung open the door and said a curt goodbye. She walked out slowly, tousling her hair as she went. After a few steps forward, she turned and blew him a kiss. He was about to shut the door when the echo of male voices resounding in the dimly lit hall drew his attention. "Evan!" Margot yelled. The hair on the back of his neck stood on end. Was Margot okay? He rushed out of his room, ready to help her. That's when he came face to face with a small crowd gathered outside his door. Bright flashes of light assaulted his senses, temporarily blinding him. "Evan, look over here, this way, please." The photographers interspersed their demands with more flashes of light. "What's going on with you and Margot?" Holding up a hand to shield his eyes, he looked around for Margot, but she was nowhere to be seen. He couldn't believe it. She had called the paparazzi and left him as bait. "Looks like you guys are still together," the man nearest him remarked. "I guess there are no bad feelings after her dad fired you from Edenvale. Or are you using her to get back on the show?" A wave of nausea rolled over him, leaving a bitter taste in his mouth. Fired? He had to have heard them wrong. Mr. Everly would never fire him. He was one of the main actors on the show. This had to be one of Margot's lies. He turned on his heels to re-enter his hotel room, but soon realized he'd locked himself out. Could this day get any worse? He spotted a red exit sign at the other end of the hall. With the paparazzi closing in, he made a mad dash for the door that led to the staircase. Bounding down the stairs, he reached the ground floor in a matter of minutes. He caught his breath as he entered the hotel lobby, then ducked into the closest men's room near the registration counter. Once inside, Evan locked himself into a stall and released a heavy breath. He couldn't believe he'd run away like that. Normally, he'd be the first guy to chat up the paparazzi and try to befriend them. He'd been able to talk himself out of a hairy situation like that before. What was different this time? He shivered, his body as cold as the metal door holding him up. He knew what was different. He was different. Without Emma by his side or his leading man role to hold on to, he was lost, vulnerable and insecure. He hadn't felt this way since childhood, when he was trying to emerge from the shadow of his brother's reputations. He thought he had gotten past his insecurities, but they had suddenly re-emerged larger than before. The stakes were higher now. There was more to lose. How had he gotten to this point? He was merely a pawn to the paparazzi chasing him. The TV show that had given him his claim to fame had dropped him. And the one woman he had ever loved had possibly traded him in for someone new. He didn't want to believe the latter, but he was too beaten down to think otherwise. The reality of the situation weighed down on him, forcing his knees to buckle. He slid down and collapsed onto the floor. He had never felt as hopeless as he did now. Chapter 16. Emma. Emma was desperate. She sat up in bed and grabbed her phone off the nightstand. She clutched it tightly, scrolling through her list of contacts. It was past midnight and she'd had enough of waiting. Evan still hadn't called or texted her back, even though she'd left a dozen messages for him. This wasn't like him at all. What if he had gotten hurt or sick? Her heart raced as every fearful possibility flooded her mind. She said another prayer, pleading with God to watch over Evan. Knowing the Lord loved him so much more than she did gave her some comfort. Emma searched through the S's until she found Colin Sparks' number. Evan had told her she could call any of his brothers if she ever needed help, big or small. She figured Colin was likely still up. He was also the easiest one to talk to with his fun-loving nature. She fiddled with the hem of her cotton pajama top as she waited for him to answer. "Hello?" Hearing the cheerful voice greet her over the line made Emma smile for the first time that evening. "Colin, hi, it's Emma. I'm sorry to be calling so late, but I didn't know what else to do." "Emma, hey, slow down there. What's going on? Are you okay?" I'm fine," she stammered, knowing full well she wasn't. The day's events were finally taking a toll on her, but now wasn't the time to dwell on the crazy things that had happened. From her showdown with the paparazzi to the posts she had seen on the Comic-Con's Instagram account. Not until they found Evan. She wiped away the hot tears flooding her eyes and took a shaky breath. "Have you heard from Evan today? I can't reach him. He said he was going to call me, but that was this morning when he landed in San Jose. I haven't heard from him since." "No, sorry I haven't." The last time he texted was in our group chat last night when he told us he was coming up. We're supposed to meet up tomorrow. Today. Maybe he just got busy at the convention, then crashed for the night. Those events can be really long and exhausting. Emma considered this for a moment. She imagined being around Margot all day could wear a person down, especially when they had to pretend to be dating. And kissing. She shuddered, remembering the photo she saw of Evan and Margot online. She was sure Margot had taken advantage of the situation at Comic-Con, of them doing the panel session in character, and claimed a kiss from Evan. That woman would do anything to be near him. Now that Emma was familiar with Margot's M.O., there was little she could do to shock her. Still, she had quickly closed her phone the moment she saw the photo. There was no point in lingering on it and giving doubt a chance to settle in. "Emma, you still there?" "Yes, I'm here." She raked one hand through her hair as she waited for an ambulance and its wailing siren outside her apartment building to pass. "I just wish there was some way to check on Evan, like maybe visit his hotel room. Oh, I should try calling the hotel. Why didn't I think of that before? Maybe the staff could send someone to his room to make sure he's okay?"
Emma.
Colin paused, the sound of tapping computer keys filling the silence.
"I think I know where he is, or at least where he was a few hours ago."
She shot up straight in her bed, nearly bumping into the wall shelf hanging above her head. She wished she had thought of Googling Evan. Evan had long ago warned her against believing anything the media said about him, though, so she had gotten used to avoiding the internet. Where? Where is he?
"At the hotel. There's a photo of him outside a room. Let me read the article that goes with it."
Emma didn't have the patience to wait. She turned on the speakerphone, then opened up a browser. Putting in Evan's name resulted in several top news stories, along with the links to his official website, Wikipedia page, and social media platforms. She skimmed the headlines, her jaw dropping lower with every word she read. But it was the picture attached to the news stories that made her gasp. There was Evan with his shirt unbuttoned, emerging from his hotel room with a bright red lipstick stain on his cheek.
I take it you're looking at the same photo that I'm looking at?"
Colin's voice boomed, concern lacing every syllable.
"I know it looks bad, Emma, but I'm sure there's a perfectly good explanation for this. I know my brother. He's crazy about you. This is probably some kind of publicity stunt. There's no way he'd do anything shady, especially not with Margot. He can't stand her."
Her mouth was so dry Emma had a hard time swallowing. She'd been wrong. Margot still had surprises up her sleeve. Emma clutched the edge of her blanket as she reminded herself to breathe. Colin was right. There had to be an explanation for why Evan looked the way he did. She just didn't know if there was a good enough explanation. Could this have been staged by the show? Or had Margot blackmailed Evan into... Emma shook her head. She didn't want to go there. Her head told her to trust Evan and to believe in their love. If only her aching heart felt the same.
"Emma,"
Colin spoke up.
"it says here that Evan got fired from Edenvale. Do you know anything about that?"
"What? How is that possible?" She scrolled through the search results until she came upon the article that Colin must have found. "Evan Spark fired due to creative differences," she read aloud. "I have no idea what's going on, Colin. Just yesterday, everything was fine. The posts on the Comic-Con's Instagram page looked normal this morning and afternoon, too. What do you think? Oh, no."
"What is it?"
Emma knew exactly what had happened. She had happened. She had gotten Evan fired. A fresh wave of hot tears trickled down her face. "I know why Evan got fired. It was my fault, Colin. I went to the paparazzi and told them all the underhanded things that Margot's been doing. She must have heard about it and done this as payback." Colin scoffed.
"You went to the Paps?"
"Yes," she admitted softly. "I just wanted to tell the truth and stop her from messing with our lives even more."
"That's awesome,"
Colin chuckled, the happy sound a stark contrast to Emma's mood.
"I didn't know you had it in you, Emma. Way to go. Someone had to tell the truth."
But I should have known there would be consequences. I don't understand why they fired Evan. He's the star of the show. They should be firing me instead.
Well, I'm guessing they didn't make the decision based on logic. Someone wanted to send a message loud and clear that telling on the executive producer's daughter is a big no-no. And they did it in a way that would hurt the most. It's as simple as that.
I feel horrible. I can't believe I got Evan fired.
Hey, don't sweat it. It's not your fault the show did what they did. I bet they're regretting their decision already, especially since the fans have started an online petition to get him back. It's at...
He paused for a moment.
Over 500,000 signatures. Hashtag Bring Evan Back is trending on Twitter. Anyway, he's been thinking of leaving the show. This could be a good thing for him.
Good? How is this good?
Hey, it's like Joseph from the Bible. There's that verse from his story about how what man intended for evil, God intended for good. I know this isn't the same kind of life or death situation, but I know there's a reason for everything that happens. Even a choice we didn't plan on making could end up being a game changer. It's okay, Emma. We just need to trust God. You know, one thing I've been learning is that faith is an everyday thing, not just for special occasions. Things will work out, you'll see.
Emma sighed. She wiped her cheeks as she chewed her lower lip, digesting what Colin had said. She knew he was right, and what he spoke was truth, but it was so hard not to be swayed in her faith. Hollywood, with its glitz and gossip, had a way of chipping away at a person and everything they believed in. Thanks, Colin. Thanks for listening and helping me find out where Evan is. I'll let you get some sleep. Sorry I called so late.
No problem at all. I was up experimenting with a new ice cream flavor for the wedding. Just trying to figure out what kind of candy goes best with pistachio.
I hope you figure it out soon.
Thanks. I'll tell Evan to call you when I meet up with him later, but I'm pretty sure you'll hear from him before me.
Yeah, thanks. Bye, Colin. Emma hung up with a sigh. Despite how hopeful Colin sounded, Emma knew better. She finally understood why Evan hadn't returned her calls or texts, and she didn't blame him. He had every right to be upset at the person who cost him his job. She fell back onto her bed and shut her eyes. If only she could rewind time and not have made the decision she had to confront the paparazzi. She replayed the scene in her mind, feeling the same surge of adrenaline rush through her veins as it had earlier that day. She still didn't know what had compelled her to march out of the cafe directly toward the crowd gathered outside. It had felt like a showdown between her and the paparazzi, straight out of a Western movie. They had faced her with their long-range camera lenses, while she had met them with her chin lifted high and her purse clutched tightly to her chest. The men had immediately quieted down, some even lowering their cameras in surprise. With a quiver in her voice, she'd announced her deal. She'd give them inside information about Margot Everly, if they didn't sell their photos of her and Zach. It had been a long shot, and she didn't expect everyone to follow through, but she figured it was worth a try. After some brief conversation with about half of the paparazzi, she had gone home, feeling somewhat victorious. She had stood up for herself and stopped Margot from getting her way. Except that Margot was still getting the last word. Her phone suddenly lit up with an incoming call. To her disappointment, it wasn't Evan, but her sister. Still, Emma was happy to hear from Abby. There was never a time when she needed her advice more. "Abby, I'm so glad you called." "What are you doing up?" "I was planning to leave you a voicemail." Emma sniffled when she heard her sister's loud, no-nonsense voice. Oh, how she wished Abby could fight her battles for her like she used to. I couldn't sleep. It's been a long and stressful day." "Okay, who hurt you and where do I find them?" Abby's volume rose. "I knew I should never have let you run off to Hollywood," she added, her tone part angry and part regretful. "What's going on with you, Em?" Emma choked back a sob. The sad truth was that this was all her own doing. She had chosen this line of work. She'd fallen victim to Margot's schemes, and she'd ruined Evan's career. The more she thought about the situation, the more upset she became. Only when she overheard Abby tell Aiden that they were making a stop in SoCal did she force herself to calm down. "No, Abs, you guys don't have to come. I'm okay."
"You clearly don't sound okay."
"I'm just tired and confused." She put up a brave front, hoping to convince her sister she had everything under control. The lie was easier to hold on to because the truth was too much to bear. Admittedly, she was scared. Scared of what Abby might do if she found out about the mess she had made. She didn't want to get an "I told you so" speech. She tried her best to sound calm. "I got a new contract for Edenvale. They're promoting me to a series regular, but I don't know if I should sign it."
"Series regular? That's fantastic. This is what you wanted, so what's the problem?"
"I have to give up my no kissing clause. They want me to kiss my on-screen boyfriend."
"Well, as long as your off-screen boyfriend is okay with it, I say go for it. Let's face it, Em, you couldn't have gotten away with that clause forever."
"I know."
"What did Evan say? Is he rethinking your guys' no kissing rule now, too? I bet he'll want to kiss you before any other guy on set does."
"Oh, we actually decided not to wait anymore. We've already kissed."
"You did?"
Abby squealed.
"Well, then that's even better. Just sign the contract, Em. This is a great opportunity."
I guess I will."
"Good."
Pausing for a beat, Abby asked,
"Is that the only thing on your mind, Em? You can tell me."
She hated keeping things from Abby, but she was an adult. She needed to learn how to stand on her own 2 feet. "Yeah, I was worried about the contract, but talking to you helps."
"That's good to hear. Sorry to cut this short, but Aiden and I have a plane to catch. Let's catch up some more when I get back to California, all right?"
"Sure. Thanks for calling. Have a safe flight."
"Thanks. I can't believe my sister's a regular on primetime TV. Wait till I tell everyone. Talk to you later."
Emma shook her head, wishing she had as much reason to celebrate as Abby did. Her older sister was so much happier ever since she had met Aiden, and especially after they had gotten married. Abby said it was because she'd found the person she didn't want to live without. Emma knew she'd found that person too in Evan. She hoped with all her heart that he still felt the same about her. She pressed a button on her phone to check her texts again. Any glimmer of hope she'd had of Evan replying faded. He didn't seem to want anything to do with her, but there was one thing she still needed to tell him. "Evan, I'm so sorry I cost you your job. I hope you'll find it in your heart to forgive me someday." After sending the message, she set the phone down and pulled the covers up to her chin. She closed her eyes, doubtful if sleep would come, especially with how heavy her heart was. Chapter 17. Evan. Evan woke up to the sound of loud knocking on his hotel door. Through bleary eyes, he made out what looked like the number 8 on his bedside table's clock. After blinking a bit more, the 8 turned into a 3. 3 o'clock. How had he slept through the whole morning? Staying up all night no doubt had something to do with it. He groaned as the pounding grew more demanding. Fumbling in the near darkness, he grabbed a shirt off the bed and threw it on. When he reached the door, he made sure to look through the peephole first. He was in no mood for any more unexpected visitors. To his surprise, his brother and new sister-in-law were standing on the other side.
"Evan, you in there?"
Aiden called out.
"Hey,"
he answered, opening the door. He winced as his eyes adjusted to the hallway light. Abby and Aiden, both glowing with healthy tans, were dressed in casual shirts and shorts.
"What are you guys doing here? When did you get back from Fiji? We were supposed to meet you for coffee, remember?"
Aiden eyed him with concern.
"An hour ago. Did you just wake up?"
Abby chimed in with more questions. "Isn't the convention still going on today? Are you not feeling well?" Evan didn't miss the concerned look Aiden and Abby exchanged. He realized quickly he wasn't going to get out of this interrogation without giving them some answers. He flipped on the light switch, then stepped aside to allow them in.
"It's a complicated story. Sorry I stood you guys up. I had a rough night."
"Well, we just got caffeinated and we're as awake as can be, so spill." Abby made herself comfortable on the upholstered chair across from the TV.
I'm sure we've got more than enough older sibling advice between the two of us to give you.
Aiden stood next to Abby with his arms crossed, a cheeky grin wrinkling the corners of his eyes.
Especially the more beautiful one of us.
Aren't you a sweet talker, Aiden Spark? I see what you're doing, trying to keep the honeymoon vibes alive. Her eyes lit up in adoration before she turned back to Evan and put on her older sister expression again. Hurry up and tell us this story of yours so I can kiss your brother in private. Normally, this kind of affectionate talk would have made Evan happy, but his current situation made it impossible to smile. Where did he even begin with his story? Evan took a seat on the bed beside some empty soda bottles and a half-eaten box of pizza. He rubbed a hand down his face and sighed.
Well, the paparazzi camped outside my door until midnight, and this was after they got some questionable photos of me. I also got a text from Edenvale's executive producer that I was fired from the show.
Wow. Abby quirked a brow.
You weren't kidding about a complicated story. They fired you?
With 2 steps, Aiden was by Evan's side. He gave him a pat on the shoulder.
I'm sorry, Ev. The better question is, why did they fire you?
Abby waved her hand around.
That doesn't seem like a smart move considering you're the star of the show. Did you do something to upset them? You could say that. Turning down Margot's advances multiple times could be considered upsetting.
Falling back onto the bed, Evan caught himself by his elbows. He shrugged, feeling defeated.
I'm sick and tired of being a pawn in this game. It's not worth it. You're right,
Aiden chimed in.
It's not worth it. Maybe this is a good thing. You've been wanting to find another gig, right? This could be God's way of nudging you in that direction. I would have preferred making the choice myself instead of being kicked to the curb.
Aiden nodded.
Okay, so your ego's bruised. Unfortunately, sometimes things don't work out the way we expect.
They also could work out better than you expect, Abby mused.
We just don't know yet.
Evan collapsed all the way onto the bed.
What I do know is that everything fell apart overnight.
Smirking a little, Aiden pushed Evan up to a sitting position and met his gaze head on.
Come on, bro. I'm going to pull a Colin here and say what he'd say if he were here. You, Evan, are a spark. You're tougher than this. God's brought you this far. He's not going to abandon you now. You just need to get your head on straight and get back out there.
Listen to your brother, Abby remarked. This is just one bump of many bumps that you're gonna face in your career. But hey, if Aiden could revive his singing career after more than a decade, you can definitely find another show to star on. Aiden nodded.
Abby makes a good point.
Come on, Evan. Don't give up. She clapped her hands to get his attention. Where's that charismatic guy I know and love? You can light up a room just by walking into it. You're a shining star. Don't let this setback snuff out your light.
You guys should think about being motivational speakers.
Evan couldn't help but smile. He was touched by how hard they were trying to cheer him up. He released a heavy breath and tried to shake off his doubts. He knew in his head what Aiden and Abby said was true. He just needed his heart to grasp it too.
I guess I crumbled under the pressure. Things have been fairly smooth for so long, I didn't expect my world to be turned upside down like this. But you guys are right. There are other opportunities out there. I need to trust that God knows what's best for me.
He made up his mind to move on. He didn't want to dwell on the unfairness of the situation anymore. The only thing worth his time and heart were the people he loved.
There's more, though. I didn't tell you the worst part about last night. I saw photos.
He swallowed hard.
Of Emma with another guy.
Abby looked at him incredulously.
What are you talking about?
Evan grabbed his phone and opened up the web browser, still open to the celebrity news site. His stomach turned when he saw Emma smiling sweetly up at Zach. Passing the phone to Abby, he declared in defeat,
See for yourself.
Abby stared at the phone screen, unimpressed. She shook her head adamantly as she handed the phone back. I can't believe you'd think Emma would cheat on you. I know my sister. She would never do anything to hurt anyone, least of all you. She adores you, Evan. Aiden nodded, a thoughtful look on his face.
I'm surprised, Ev. This isn't like you. You're the one who's always telling us not to believe everything we see in the tabloids. How do you know this picture and article are even real? Don't you see how close they're sitting? And the way she's looking at him?
He winced, surprised to hear his voice tremble.
Evan,
Aiden began, his tone slightly exasperated.
Have you even talked to Emma about this? You can't go around assuming things without checking with her first. You guys need to trust each other and communicate.
Abby rolled her eyes. Exactly. It's a good thing you're leaving Edenvale. All the teenage angst on that show is messing with your head. You and Em are both grown adults, so act like one. Evan almost laughed. Abby was right. He was making the situation sound as dramatic as a storyline from the show. Where was his faith in Emma and the relationship they had built? There was no way they'd survive if he didn't get his head on straight. Oh, how he wanted them to not only survive, but thrive. She meant everything to him. It's just the thought of losing Emma that makes me think and believe these crazy things. I don't want to imagine life without her by my side. She's what keeps me grounded. I love her so much. I'm so relieved to hear you say that, announced Abby as she gave him 2 thumbs up. That sounds like the Evan Spark I know. And you know what the Evan Spark I know would do now? He cracked a big smile.
Call Emma and talk things out with her.
Bingo. Now go. You owe us both a coffee the next time we see you. Add a donut to mine, too.
For sure. Thanks for the advice, sis.
Evan gave Abby a hug, then turned to give one to Aiden.
You too, bro. Anytime. Let us know how things go.
With a final wave, Abby and Aiden held hands as they left the room. Once the door closed, Evan grabbed his phone to check his messages. Half a dozen texts appeared on the screen, as well as multiple voicemail alerts, all from Emma the night before. He began scrolling through them, desperately wishing he'd been less caught up in his pity party and more aware of Emma's needs. She had to be worried sick when he hadn't called her as he'd promised. Her last text sent at midnight made his heart clench. Evan, I'm so sorry I cost you your job. I hope you'll find it in your heart to forgive me someday. His jaw dropped. How could Emma think she got him fired? Didn't she understand she meant more to him than a job? He knew he had to set the record straight right then and there. He quickly dialed her number, his heart pounding as the phone rang. The call went straight to voicemail. You've reached Emma Deeren. Sorry I missed your call. Hearing her sweet voice caused a lump to grow in his throat. How could he have doubted her at all? He felt so unworthy, so undeserving of Emma's love and trust, especially when she had taken such a leap of faith to let her guard down with him. Please leave a message and I'll call you back the next chance I get. Have a lovely day. Remember, God loves you. When silence came over the line, Evan hesitated. He opened his mouth to speak, but the words wouldn't come. The apology he had intended to say felt empty and cheap. Making up over a voicemail didn't seem enough for this occasion. He wanted to do more, needed to do more, to show Emma how sorry he was. So he simply left these words.
We need to talk, Emma, in person. I'll come find you as soon as I get back.
He ended the call and set his phone down. Every cell in his body wanted to pack up and leave, but there was something important he needed to do first. Kneeling down on the carpet, Evan bowed his head and began to pray. He prayed for wisdom and guidance for his future steps, for grace and mercy that the Lord would turn his mistakes into opportunities to trust him, and most of all, for love. He still had so much to learn when it came to loving Emma. As much as he understood now, it was only a sliver of the way Emma deserved to be loved. He wanted to love her the way Christ loved his bride, the church. It was a lofty goal, but Evan figured he had more than enough examples to learn from. It was time to set aside his pride and start looking to his brothers for advice. Each one of them had strengths he didn't. Aiden had perseverance to endure the hard times. Brandon's quiet strength made him a great ally. Colin hoped for the best even when there was little to hope for, and Darren cared for others with a sacrificial heart. If he gleaned even a little from each brother, he could greatly expand his ability to love. For the first time in his life, Evan was thankful to be the youngest in his family. He'd always felt like a tag-along, the extra Spark brother, following in the footsteps of his brothers. Now he viewed his position as an advantage. He had some of the best teachers in life. God had truly blessed him. Evan concluded his prayer with a word of thanks. His heart overflowed with joy and gratitude for the good things in life, even for the hard lessons, but especially for the love surrounding him. He intended to express this same love to Emma as soon as he saw her, and for the rest of his life. The first thing his gaze landed on when he opened his eyes was his phone. It lit up with an incoming call, making his heart skip a beat. Could it be Emma? He picked it up, surprised to see Mr. Everly's name appear on the screen. With a cautious breath, he answered the call.
Hello? Evan, how are ya?
A deep voice came over the line.
Do you have a minute to talk?
Evan had a feeling this was going to take more than a minute, but he had to admit he was curious. Whatever the show was going to propose, though, he knew he needed to make the best decision, not only for himself, but for Emma too, because there was no way he was going to let anything, man, woman, or job, come between them again. Chapter 18. Emma. Emma clutched her stomach, feeling like she was about to lose her breakfast. She didn't know what was worse, not knowing where she and Evan stood, or knowing she'd soon have to kiss another man. She inhaled and immediately choked on a whiff of hairspray still lingering in the air of the makeup trailer.
Are you okay, dear?
Billy Bob paused his work, lifting the blush brush off Emma's cheek. Yeah, fine, Emma managed to utter in between coughs. Her eyes watered as she caught her breath. She winced, thinking about the reason behind her exhaustion. Evan had finally returned her call, but the voicemail he'd left hadn't said much at all. She only knew that he wanted to wait until he was home to talk. Was that a good sign or a bad one? The uncertainty had kept her up, tossing and turning. It also didn't help that she had broken her no social media rule and looked for news about Evan online. He had looked so handsome in the paparazzi photos she had seen of him, leaving a restaurant with his brothers, like he didn't have a care in the world, or any thought of her. I'm just not feeling myself today. I didn't sleep well.
Well, you look fairly alert. Not a dark circle to be seen.
Billy Bob resumed applying Emma's makeup, this time filling in her brows with an auburn pencil. He stepped back, tilting his head of blue hair to the right to study his handiwork. With a satisfied smile, he added,
Better than how Evan looks when he's had a rough night. Not that he could ever look bad.
Emma nodded, her lips pressed together tightly in the mirror's reflection. Her heart ached at the mention of Evan's name.
I hear you've got a kissing scene today, so I'll be using a liquid lipstick on ya.
Using short, soft strokes, Billy Bob ran the lipstick wand over her lips.
The color will stay on you, not on your partner. How's that feel?
The lipstick was surprisingly lightweight and comfortable. If only her heart felt the same. Still, she tried to offer Billy Bob a grateful smile. It's good. Thank you so much. He raised a brow at the tremble in her voice.
Not a fan of the color? We can try a shade of red. Although this nude color complements your fair skin well.
It's not that. Emma blotted the corners of her eyes as the tears started coming. I'm just not in the mood to kiss anyone. Billy Bob frowned.
Yeah, I hear that a lot. The majority of the actors I've worked with don't. It's an unusual requirement of the job.
You can say that again.
Evan dreads it too, especially since you came into the picture.
He paused, a thoughtful look softening his features.
He's also never been happier.
He lowered his voice as he confided.
Just between you and me, I was worried about him when he first joined Edenvale. He has so much heart and passion for people, acting, life. But folks like him really need a steady support system. They experience the highs of life to the fullest, but when the lows hit, whew! His whistling imitated the sound of a falling object. It's easy for him to crash and burn and get thrown off course. He's really blessed to have found someone like you, Emma. You help keep him grounded. The two of you make a good team.
Do you really think so? Emma's heart skipped a beat as Billy Bob's words sank in. Do you think I have that much influence over Evan?
Trust me, you do.
He held up a black bottle of makeup setting spray and aimed it in her direction.
Now, eyes closed.
Emma did as she was told, holding still as fine mists of cool liquid settled on her face. Her heart pounded as she reflected on what Billy Bob had said. The Evan she knew was confident and strong. He could win over a room with a single smile, just like he'd won the heart of every teen girl in America. But there was also a softer, vulnerable side to Evan, one he had revealed to her when he shared about his insecurities. Perhaps that was what Billy Bob was referring to.
Okay, you're all set, and here's a mint for the road.
Emma opened her eyes and accepted the hard candy Billy Bob held out for her. Thank you. Wish me luck.
You don't need luck. You have God,
he answered with a wink.
Go break a leg.
She nodded readily, soaking in the timely reminder. As Emma exited the trailer and walked to her set for the day, she felt a little lighter. She moved along with brisk steps, her tennis shoes tapping along the pavement as her blue pleated skirt swung above her knees. Billy Bob's words played over and over again in her head, like a catchy song on repeat.
The two of you make a good team. The two of you make a good team.
Emma sighed. She did believe those words. She and Evan, even though they were as different as night and day, were like two halves of a whole. They complemented each other in the best of ways. He was like a shooting star lighting up the darkness, or a banner held high waving around for all the world to see. She, on the other hand, preferred to keep her feet planted on the ground like a tree, where it was safe and secure. But they needed each other. She needed him to help her soar. He needed her to stay steady. If they could figure things out, they would make a great team. But that was only possible if she stopped reacting in fear. Starting now. There wasn't much time, but she pulled her phone out of her denim jacket pocket and swiped it open. She was about to call Evan when a new text from him appeared on the screen.
I can't wait to see you, love.
As soon as Emma saw the word love, a wave of relief washed over her whole being. Evan wasn't upset with her. He wanted to see her, and she was desperate to see him. She began typing out a reply when a woman called out to her in the distance. Emma! About 30 feet ahead stood Cassie, using a clipboard to shield her eyes from the midday sun. There you are! Emma quickly pocketed the phone and picked up her pace, making it to Cassie's side in no time at all. Am I late? I thought I still had 5 minutes. You're good. I just wanted to, make sure you got a mint before your big scene. Cassie rummaged in her vest pocket, her voice muffled as she murmured, I had one in here the last time I checked. It's okay, Cass. I got one from Billy Bob already. Emma stuck out her tongue, which held a partially dissolved mint. She sighed as she continued walking toward the football field where they were filming today. It's supposed to be a super quick kiss. Let's hope it only requires one take. Cassie nodded, her eyes bright. I don't think you have to worry. Who knows, you might enjoy the kiss. Enjoy kissing Zach? Emma shook her head vehemently. She shuddered and narrowed her eyes at Cassie. What an odd thing for her friend to suggest. Not a chance. I'm actually glad his character is not really into mine. Hopefully the writers will end their relationship before it even has a chance to start. You may be getting your wish soon. I've been hearing a lot of buzz from my writer friend about some changes coming down the pipeline. Change isn't always easy, but I have a feeling this will be good for the show. And for you. Emma quirked a brow. Cassie was being strangely cryptic today. Is there something you're not telling me? Oh, it looks like everyone's waiting for you. she answered, intentionally ignoring Emma's question. She pointed to the grassy area beneath the aluminum bleachers where the camera crew had already set up their gear. "Go on now, Em. Break a leg." With a gentle push from Cassie, Emma moved forward until she was standing in the shade. Everyone around her, from the production assistants to the camera crew, greeted her with wide smiles. Emma smiled back, wondering if all this attention was due to her new standing on the show. If so, she hoped it was short-lived. She'd much rather let Evan take the spotlight. Evan! For a moment, she thought he was standing off to her right with his back to her. It took a second glance before she realized it was Zach talking to the director. She swallowed her disappointment, but took the extra moment she had before filming started to finish writing her text. "Evan, I can't wait to see you two. When will you be back?" She paused to look out onto the empty bleachers, then took several slow, deep breaths. Peace fell over her as she asked the Lord to watch over her and Evan. She had faith they would be okay. A weight lifted from her shoulders as she hit the send button. She switched her phone to silent and placed it back in her pocket. Ding! Emma lifted her head, surprised to hear a text message notification sound from a phone nearby. She turned in its direction, her gaze landing on the tall man with dark brown hair who was pulling his phone from the pocket of his shorts. She gasped as she realized she hadn't been mistaken after all. "Evan!" His name flew out of her mouth, surprising everyone around her with its volume. Emma blushed furiously as all eyes turned to look at her, including Evan's. "Em?" A grin broke out on his face as he took 3 strides to reach her side. "Was that you? I've never heard you speak up like that before." She squeezed out a smile. Part of her wanted to hide, but the other part was amused, even a little proud of herself. "I guess I really wanted to get your attention." "Well, you've got it. All of it." Evan looked as handsome as ever in a navy polo and mint green shorts. The way his eyes lit up when he looked at her sent a rush of heat through her body. "I'm sorry I couldn't get here faster. I had some business to take care of, but I came back as soon as I could." What are you doing here? I thought your job..." Emma stopped short as she was suddenly overcome with emotion. The doubts she had had over the past few days began to resurface. "I'm so sorry I got you fired. I should have realized Margot would take it out on someone, but I didn't expect it to be you." "Hey, it wasn't your fault." Evan spoke tenderly but firmly as he took both of her hands in his. "Margot had it in for both of us. It was only a matter of time before she lost her patience. But that's beside the point. All those things, my job and her threats, I don't care about them. What I care about is you, Emma. You're the most important person in my life. I'm sorry I made you worry. I should have called you sooner. It's just that when I saw those photos of you and Zach, I started believing the lies and the drama. I should have known better, but I let it get to me." The fear in his voice made her chest tighten. "Oh, Evan, nothing happened. Margot set that whole thing up." "I know. It was the same with the photos taken of me outside my hotel room. She arranged it all, including calling the Paps to come." Emma shook her head. "That's terrible." "It wasn't as bad as what was going on in my head. I can't believe I lost faith in you, in us, even though you've never given me a reason to doubt you." He paused, his jaw tightening. "The thought of losing you made it hard for me to think straight, because you're the best thing that's ever happened to me." The lump in Emma's throat made it hard to speak. No one had ever showered her with so many compliments. She hardly knew what to say in response. She choked back a sob as she watched a single tear fall from his eyes. She had never felt so valued and loved than in this moment. "Oh, Evan, I feel the same way. There's no one else I'd want to be on this crazy journey with. Can we agree on something, though? Let's keep the drama of Hollywood out of our relationship." "Absolutely. I'm going to make it a priority to be open with you and not jump to conclusions again. I know we can make it as long as we trust in God and in each other." Emma nodded eagerly. "Less drama, more trust. I like the sound of that." "Me too," he replied with a lovesick grin. "I love you, Emma.
With all of my heart.
With a sappy smile back, she declared, I love you too, Evan, with my whole heart. They locked gazes, their hands still clasped together. Emma loved the feel of Evan's strong hands holding hers, but she longed to be closer to him. She rocked on the balls of her feet, feeling strangely sure about her next move. That's what being with Evan did to her. He helped her see herself through his eyes, and what she saw was a woman with confidence and strength. Without a second thought, she stood on her tiptoes and threw her arms around Evan's neck. She brought her mouth to his, feeling the smile curving his lips. The instant they connected, Emma melted into him. Her curves found their home against his firm chest. Tingles danced along their skin from her head to the tips of her toes as she savored his warmth. She felt as if she were floating, buoyed by Evan's strong embrace. When he deepened their kiss, she tasted the sweetness and sincerity of his promises. With each gentle touch, he left an indelible mark on her heart, a heart bursting with hope and trust, and most of all, love. And all of this was possible because of Evan. His love for her was more than she'd ever expected to receive in a lifetime. How gracious was God to bless her in this way. She couldn't be more thankful or amazed. Loud cheers and whistles suddenly filled the air, cutting their intimate moment short. Emma looked around to find the whole crew gathered around them. She ducked her head and laughed. Looks like we have an audience. Evan chuckled. Well, if they liked that, they'll really enjoy the scene we'll be shooting today. Emma blinked. Had she heard him wrong? Us? I got my job back, thanks to the best fans in the world. That's what I was working on last night with Mr. Everly. I have a new contract. That's great, Evan! The show wouldn't be the same without you. What's even better are the clauses I added. He held up 2 fingers. 1, I will no longer be filming any scenes with Margot. And 2, both you and I get to be stand-ins for each other's kissing scenes, starting with yours today. Emma's brows shot up. I don't have to kiss Zach anymore? Nope. And the only lips I'll be kissing on this show will be yours. What do you think of that? I think that's the best kissing clause I've ever heard of. She squeezed his hand, truly grateful for this change. Thank you, Evan. It's my pleasure. Literally. For the first time ever, Emma had a feeling kissing scenes would soon become her favorite ones to shoot. By God's grace, she and Evan were now partners on screen and off. Chapter 19. Evan. Evan had never felt so nervous in his life, or more excited. The strange twisting in his gut that had started in the morning had only intensified as the day wore on. Now, as he strolled through Golden Gate Park with Emma by his side, he wondered if he looked as sick as he felt. Beads of perspiration broke out on his forehead as he rehearsed the speech he had prepared over and over again in his mind. It was ironic how he had no problem speaking in front of thousands of people, but he was fearful of speaking in front of an audience of 1 today. His brothers had reassured him, though, that how he was feeling was normal. Even now, they were sending him encouraging texts. His phone buzzed multiple times in his pocket and confirming their whereabouts in the area. The plan Evan had worked on for the past few weeks was now in place. All he needed to do was bring Emma to Rideout Fountain. I'm so glad we came home for the weekend. Emma held his hand and swung it between them as they stopped at some booths selling artwork. We've both been so busy with work, it's good to get away. Evan murmured in agreement, for once at a loss for words. All he could do was stare at Emma and take in her beauty. The way her red hair cascaded down her back, how her cheeks were rosy from the early September sunshine, their color complementing the beautiful white dress she wore. With fluttery sleeves and a flowy skirt that skimmed her knees, Emma looked like an angel, or a bride-to-be. His pulse picked up speed, thinking about the latter. You're breathtaking, Em. She glanced over, her eyes wide. Are you feeling okay, Evan? You're kind of pale. Maybe we should sit down. Yeah, sure, that's a good idea. He spotted the large fountain about 10 feet away with several benches on both sides.
How about there?
They made their way over, passing a handful of people who appeared to be tourists. Men and women of all ages stood around chatting and sightseeing, some dressed in jeans and t-shirts, others in shorts and skirts. He made eye contact with several of them, trading friendly smiles. As soon as he and Emma took their places on a bench, Evan pulled out his cell phone from his jacket pocket. Several messages appeared, and he quickly cleared each one before Emma could see them. He breathed a sigh of relief as the pounding of his heart eased. Everything was set. All they had to do now was wait for the music to start. Emma held a hand up to his forehead. "I hope you're not coming down with anything."
"It's too late,"
he quipped, pretending to pout. With the heel of his palm, he massaged the area over his heart, making circles on his black and silver-striped dress shirt.
"I already have the worst bug there is."
Her brows furrowed in concern. "What bug?"
"The love bug,"
he announced with a wiggle of his brows. "Evan!" She elbowed him playfully. "You're so silly."
"It's true."
He brought his arm around her shoulders and hugged her to his side. She fit so well against his body. With a kiss on the top of her head, he added,
"And I never want to be cured of it."
A contented look softened her features as she met his gaze. "Me either." They both glanced up as the strumming of a guitar filled the air. The volume was loud, like the music was being blasted from a speaker nearby. A lanky man walking in front of them suddenly stopped and turned to catch a petite woman who jumped into his arms. He lifted her up and spun around, setting her down for a moment before picking her up again. "Look!" Emma squealed in delight as she watched them. "This might be a flash mob! I've always wanted to see one in person! They're dancing to a Heartland song!" A handful of folks ran over and joined the first two dancers. They continued dancing, waving their hands and twisting their bodies to the upbeat rhythm of the pop tune. The group moved from the left to the right, then back again as they used the park as their impromptu stage.
"This is amazing,"
Evan remarked with genuine awe. The flash mob was turning out far better than he expected. Another dozen or so passers-by stopped whatever they were doing and began dancing too. Seeing everyone moving in unison with big smiles on their faces put a smile on his face as well.
"I'm impressed."
Out of the corner of his eye, Evan spotted some familiar faces waving to him. There they were, his 4 brothers with their significant others. They all ran to the front of the crowd with Aiden in the lead. He and Abby found an empty spot between 2 older teens and began imitating their moves. Next came Brandon and Bria and their 2 kids. Seth gave them a thumbs up, his blonde hair flying into his eyes as he pushed Sophie in her stroller. Colin pulled Candy over, her cheeks tinged with embarrassment, and the 2 of them began moving to the beat. Lastly, Darren, carrying Danica in his arms, joined along near the edge of the crowd. Evan couldn't wipe the grin off his face. Having their family here for this special day was all he could ask for. That, plus the satisfaction of seeing Emma truly surprised. "What? How? Evan, what is going on?" Laughter tumbled out of her lips as she leaned forward. "Why is everyone here?"
"They came for you."
"Me?" She turned to give him an incredulous smile. Is this what I think?" Her voice trailed off as tears filled her eyes. Evan heard the song's final chorus playing and rose to his feet. He smoothed the front of his khaki pants, then blew Emma a kiss.
"I'll be back,"
he told her before running toward the flash mob. He took his place next to Aiden and began putting all the moves he had learned and practiced into action. A 2-step to the left and a shoulder lean to the right, followed by a body roll. After a circle turn and 2 more steps, the group fanned out, leaving Evan alone in the middle. He ran over to the bench and took a hold of Emma's hands. The warmth of her soft skin against his sent a thrill through his body. She looked at him incredulously, but he was sure she knew what was coming. She walked with him to the center of the circle, smiling through her tears as they passed their siblings. "Evan," she murmured, her voice breathy and joyful. "You did all this for me?"
"Of course, Em. Only for you."
He faced her and looked into her beautiful green eyes. With a deep breath, he began speaking from his heart.
"Emma, my dear, sweet Emma, being with you gives me more of a rush than any amount of applause ever could. You're my adrenaline, but you're also my calm in a storm. You may seem quiet and unassuming, but I know better. You are a force to be reckoned with, especially for those you love. I know you have my back, and I will always have yours. I would love to be a force for good together, with the help of the Lord and our families." She granted him the sweetest smile as he fell onto one knee. He took out the ring box he had been holding on to all day in his pocket and opened it. Inside, a silver band lined with multiple rows of small diamonds sat on a black velvet cushion. In the center of the setting was a large diamond surrounded by gold petals. The ring resembled a sparkling, flowering rose. The design was elegant and unique, just like Emma. Evan held up the ring and presented it to her. With a heart full of joy, he stated, "You are the only woman I want to spend the rest of my life with. Emmeline Deeren, will you marry me?" Emma only had to nod once for Evan to hop back onto his feet. He quickly slipped the ring onto her finger, then wrapped her up in a tight embrace. Pulling back but for a second, he quickly closed the space between them again and claimed her mouth with his. Wild cheers went up all around them as they sealed their engagement. The kiss was more passionate than any they had shared. A kiss tinged with salty tears of joy and sweetened with warm, tender promises. The perfect kiss to start a lifetime of love. Epilogue. Evan. Evan looked out among the crowd that had gathered on the grassy lawn for the second most exciting day of his life. Of course, the most exciting day had been when he and Emma got married 2 years ago. The memories of their wedding were still fresh in his mind, probably because they still acted like newlyweds. Not a day went by that he didn't enjoy kissing his wife on screen and off. Since Edenvale ended its series run a year ago, he and Emma had been offered their own dramedy playing a married couple. The show, which critics and fans both loved, offered them the opportunity to return to the Bay Area, a drama-free work environment, as well as generous salaries. And with their growing resources, they began thinking and praying about how they could bless others. If Evan hadn't become an actor, he might have followed in his mom's footsteps and become a teacher. He loved the idea of influencing teens, not only in their academic achievements, but also in their artistic pursuits. It was Emma who helped him realize he could combine both his passions and open up a school. Not just any school, but a non-profit private school for disadvantaged teens. That was how Edenvale Arts Academy came to be. It seemed appropriate to name the high school after the show that had brought him and Emma together. And today was the official ribbon-cutting ceremony that would open the school up for new students tomorrow. Evan couldn't be more excited and thankful. He saw the same enthusiasm on Emma's face as she walked over with a large pair of scissors. His heart skipped a beat, as it always did when he saw her. "You found them. Thank you, love." She handed him the scissors in exchange for a lingering kiss on the lips. Her eyes twinkled with adoration as she gazed up at him. "You're welcome, love. Now we can start the show." "Hi, everyone. Can I have your attention, please?" Evan called out. The crowd quieted down, and the paparazzi, whom Evan had personally invited, lowered their cameras. "Thank you so much for coming to celebrate the opening of Edenvale. This school was born from many answered prayers and several key partnerships. Emma and I have high hopes for this year's students, and we cannot wait to help them deepen their knowledge and appreciation of the arts. God willing, this school will be a great place for love and learning for many years to come. So without further ado, let's get this school year started." Evan and Emma turned around to face the expansive 2-story school behind them.
The building, with its fresh coat of sand-colored paint, boasted a navy blue trim and dozens of windows along the front. The words, "An Academic, Visual, and Performing Arts School," greeted them as they walked past a flagpole and up the brick steps leading to the entrance. There they were met with a blue and gold ribbon tied to the front of the double doors. Evan positioned the scissors around the ribbon, then motioned for Emma to place her hands on his. "On the count of 3. 1, 2, 3. With a swift motion, they cut the ribbon, which fluttered to the ground. Applause resounded around them as the crowd cheered and the paparazzi snapped pictures. "We're open, Evan!" Emma exclaimed. "You did it!" He shook his head. "We did it. I couldn't have done this without you, Em." Emma beamed as she leaned her head on his shoulder. "We make a pretty great team, don't we?" Evan sighed happily, taking a moment to soak in all the blessings of their past and the present. He didn't know what the future held, but he couldn't wait to step into it. With the Lord leading them and Emma by his side, he had a feeling this next chapter of their lives would be their best one yet. He took Emma's hand and spun around to face the crowd. With an extra spark of hope in his heart, he proudly declared, "Welcome to Edenvale!"
The end. Thank you so much for listening to this audiobook. To find out more about Li Wen Waiho's other books, please visit her website at liwenho.com. And be sure to subscribe to this channel so you'll be notified when a new audiobook releases.